happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. To the spoon, to get your information. To the spoon, to be part of Spoon television. Yes, I do. Spoon radio station.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon.
Okay. Tune to spawn. If you are in Nimba, if you are in Gedeh, just wherever you are, tune to spawn. And of course, you're going to get the best of information that you need to know from Liberia. Good evening, folks. A pleasant welcome to yet another very, very fascinating edition of the Spoon Talk, your most preferred nighttime show here from Monrovia, Liberia. the program that informs you, give you in-depth analysis about happenings in Liberia. Sitting this evening as your producer, my name is Yekezi Zube, and of course, I'm here until later on, and of course, the CEO and his team of panelists will be joining us here very, very shortly. I see Dr. Richardson in the back already. So that's it, folks. Welcome to it. Let me now bring on Dr. Richardson. Doc, welcome to the show.
Yekezi, hello, how you doing?
I'm okay. How yourself?
I'm hanging in here. How was Nimba last night? Did you hear anything?
Yeah, Nimba's good. A lot of results from Nimba, especially as it relates to the senatorial by-election. The NEC itself released preliminary results today, and we have the results with us here. And there are other, trending happenings in the country as well.
Let's hear it. Tell Liberians what are the trending stories.
Yeah. So let's begin with the results from the National Elections Commission. So today, the National Election Commission was able to tally 78% of the votes, and 78% of the results were released today. And the total votes tallied so far is 93,782, according to the NEC. And of course, for the major contenders, Yandi Tuayen, of the total votes counted, accumulated 58,587 votes, which constitutes 62%. Samuel Koga, the PUP candidate, accumulated 32,501 votes, which constitutes 35% of the votes. And of course, Thomas Gruppe accumulated 1,612 votes, which constitutes 2% of the votes. And Armstrong Gobaslegbo accumulated 1,082 votes, which constitutes 1% of the total votes counted so far. So as we speak, the Unity Party candidate is in the lead. Yan Tuayen is in the lead according to the NEC, but these are preliminary results. The NEC will announce the official results once it concludes, the tallying process.
So Yekezi, I want to hold you right here because I'm not here for long. Today okay. I'm teaching. I'm actually going to be talking about psychology today. So it's not going to be about politics. My little class, maybe my second class, I think we'll talk a little bit about politics, systemic issues affecting women and people who are of a different culture. So I'm thinking we'll talk a little bit of politics. But just get back to Nimba. So the question is, who rules Nimba right now? Who is influential in Nimba? You from Nimba. I've been to Nimba a couple of times, and something that I don't usually share on the show a lot of times, but I have two children who are from Yamen Southern District. They have heritage in that county,
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with the culture to some extent. So what do you think? I mean, people will want to say, I don't think it has anything to do with Kuhn, to tell you the truth, the vice president, to tell you the truth. This has nothing to do with Kuhn's decision to support Yan Yantuan. But I think it has more to do with Prince Johnson supporting Koga and blessing Koga. And then, of course, Koga at this point, based on the preliminary results, he's not winning.
Mm.
So what are your thoughts? You from Nimba? Tell me.
Yes, Prince Johnson at one point in time, render blessings to Samuel Koga. But after that, after a few weeks, he was caught up on a local radio station in Nimba County, and he was interviewed about that. He said emphatically that he did not uh, declare his support to Samuel Koga in that particular audio. But rather, Samuel Koga, came to him for blessing, and as a man of God, he just decided to, render his blessings, to Samuel Koga. But again, after a few, just during the campaign, I heard from some of our correspondents from Nimba that the Senator Prince Johnson has finally declared his support to Samuel Koga. And we're seeing how the process is going. Like, but as it relates to the question, who rules Nimba? Well, I think the people of Nimba rule Nimba. But as
Good
it relates
answer.
to,
Good answer over there.
yeah, but as it relates to the influence of Prince Johnson, since the outcome of these elections, the preliminary results, I mean, people have been saying that the influence of Prince Johnson is dwindling or is going down based on the outcome of the election because he declared his support for Samuel Koga, but then Samuel Koga is lagging behind Yan Twain, the United Party candidate. But for me, one thing that I see in the entire during the campaign process is that even though Senator Prince Johnson declared his support to Samuel Koga, according to our correspondents in Nimba, but I did not hear much of Prince Johnson being on the campaign trail like he did during the previous elections, the 2023 general elections, like he did. We saw him in the trenches in various communities, in various villages, campaigning for the Unity Party. And that's what he's done usually to other candidates that he declared support for. But in the case of Samuel Koga, it was more like something verbal. We didn't see the action. So for me, based upon that, I want to say because of the lack of action, I think is what contributed to the outcome of the election that we are seeing today. That Senator Prince Johnson's candidate he declared support for is lagging behind. But quite frankly, Senator Prince Johnson still commands a huge following in Nimba County.
Yeah. I want to differ with you a little bit. I believe that Senator Prince Johnson is sending mixed messages to the people of Liberia and to the people of Nimba. The first message that I think he is sending is that, listen, I'm not going to campaign for anyone. I'm going to maybe campaign by word, but like you said, I'm not going to be out there. So it's almost like he's not sure what he wants, where he stands right now, which is different because Prince Johnson, in my opinion, has always been very definitive about his views about things. Okay, he always is outspoken. He's not he goes in his church on Sunday morning and tells us exactly what he thinks and feels about situation. So at this point, he's saying, I support this person, but I'm not going to campaign trail. I support Koga, but I have not been on the campaign trail for Koga. So to me, that's some sort of missed messages. Is it because he's feeling that perhaps Nimba are making their own, Nimbayans are making their own decisions? Are they, saying, listen, we're going to think out what is best for our county right now. We don't want to be hostage to one particular view because we are a culturally diverse people in Nimba County. We are progressive people. So I don't know if he's feeling that from the Nimbayans, but I want to also bring this to your attention. Do you remember? I believe it was District 1, and Prince Johnson, there was an election, remember?
Yeah.
The person who he supported also did not win.
It was Francis Mawia.
yes, Francis Mawia did not win, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, he
and then
did
he
that
said,
one.
well, it was his cousin or something like that. He sort of downplayed that he was caught between the rock and the hard place because both of the candidates kind of had some kind of interrelationship with him. But again, so to me, again, somebody who Prince Johnson, this is the second time, and there are probably more times, who he supported is showing not to be winning in the race, okay, at this point, based on the results that we have. So that tells me Nimbayans are slowly, um, making decisions that is perhaps what is right for them in the county. Um, I mean, yes, I was concerned last night when the race was too close to call,
Mm.
and I was thinking, oh my goodness, if it's too close to call, that means that he does still have some interest, some strong power in the county. But then again, when I heard that he lost in the Tapeta area, Prince Johnson was born in Tapeta. I went and further read about him. He
Yeah.
lost in Tapeta where he was born. His
Yeah.
candidate he supported, Koga lost in Tapeta. And I was like, well, it's all done. If he could lose, I mean, this is where Prince Johnson was born. And that's majority gear belt.
Yeah.
If we should talk about the tribal politics here, which I think Nima is too diverse that I don't really, I mean, but we can't talk about Nima without talking about, the tribal politics, to tell
Yeah.
you the truth. So yeah,
And,
that's kind of what I think about it.
yeah, and talking about the tribal politics and the issue of Francis Mawia losing election after Prince Johnson declared support for him. Usually, that particular settlement, if you look at the election record there, usually the people there don't vote according to, what Prince Johnson says. The people there are usually voting against, candidates that, Prince Johnson have declared support for. That particular
Yeah.
Ganta settlement, that particular district number 1 belt. So you look
Mhm.
at the record from the days of Edith Gonglo. Edith had always won in that particular settlement. So it wasn't a surprise for Francis Yan Mawia to have lost the election in that particular belt.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good point because Ganta is very progressive. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Ganta is a cultural center. It represents so many different people from different backgrounds and different cultures. So I'm not surprised, but I guess the point that yeah. Usually we'll say when Prince Johnson says this, especially in the past, because he has represented himself as the savior of Nima Kante. He has represented himself as the one who stood firm when everybody else was not fighting for Nima County. He was fighting for Nima County. In fact, some people might even argue that he was the reason why the United Party won Nima County, because right shortly before the election, he started to present this argument that he was breaking away from CDC because the WIA government wasn't holding Estela Mittal accountable for paying Nima County, I believe, $7 million, if I remember correctly, in a county development fund or some kind of gratuity that they own. The Estela Mittal needed to pay Nima County. So for those reasons, he went on a lot of radio stations talking about it, and that's why he was breaking away from CDC. So now he became part of United Party.
United Party.
And now he developed this argument like, well, this United Party government is not hiring, is not including enough Nibayans in this government. That was one of his arguments that he was very upset about, And then I heard him say, I believe maybe it was a leak tape or even from his mouth specifically, that the president was not answering his phone calls anymore. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah. So well, I mean, there's a lot of great leaders, in my short time in visiting the county that I saw and met with. And I think they all have different views. The part of the beauty of politics is like when different views can come together and we can sort of express ourselves and may the best person win, may the best person win. So, or if I can convince you to sort of agree with my views. So yeah, so I think Nima County is a great county. Great county. So we'll see what happened. I can't wait to hear his response to this election, the Prince Johnson's response to the election. I know it won't be
Yeah, so
it won't be easy.
yeah, so Sunday will be the best day. We will we'll all be,
This is
listening to him. So the
yeah.
sermon on Sunday, probably is just going to respond to some of the issues going on, or to some of what people saying that he's, losing, grip of
Ground.
Nimba County, or that his support base is dwindling in Nimba County based on the outcome of the recent election. But
Mm-hmm.
also
Grandchildren.
in Grand Gedeh County. Uh, there's according to own official election results there, it suggests that the candidate Jeremiah Sokan is the presumptive winner. He has accumulated 3,168 votes over his closest rival, who happens to be Amelia Bear, who obtained 1,371 votes. So that's his closest rival. And the total votes, valid votes, there were 10,307. And so Sokan is poised to be declared representative by the next anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, interesting. I think the interesting part of that vote was looking at the family relationships of
Family relationship.
yes, the candidates are running. I need to go read more about that. I was so focused on Nimba, unfortunately, and not to say that Grand Chile is in an important part of our nation, but for some reason I was just more concerned. Cougar presented himself on this platform, so we got to know Cougar. When I think he's still serving on the commercial committee or the rights committee. He was on that committee. I don't know the name
Yeah, I
of
think a meeting on commerce.
the committee on commerce,
Yeah.
and he was asked to investigate why $11 million was given to the commerce
Right.
department, and how did they divvy it up? How was the vendors paid, like Fuani Brothers and all of those rice vendors? How are they paid? And he was supposed to go back, and he was actually instrumental in initially doing a true investigation, and was supposed to come back to tell us, what he found. But he got mute all of a sudden, and I'm not sure what happened. I can speculate what happened, but he was muted for a little bit. We didn't hear back from him. I don't know if you remember that, Yekesi.
Yeah, I remember that particular case where the commerce committee there at the lower house was told to investigate the handling of around 11 million USD to rice importers in the country, and we heard of the commencement of investigation into that matter, but later on, everything was kind of swept on the carpet. We did not hear any information as to whether the investigation was concluded or not. We don't know.
Yeah, and so like that kind of sort of having concern about his leadership style a little bit. Cougar is what I'm speaking about specifically. And another thing that I'm concerned about Cougar, Cougar's party, the PUP, was actually founded by Nukwe, if I recall correctly. And the motto of that party basically speaks a lot about indigenous Liberians. They doesn't speak about inclusiveness. So I have some concerns about that. I may be thinking back to 2017 when Josiah Buckeye was on, when Nukwe was on Buckeye's ticket, or so I may be thinking, but I know I read a lot about the PUP party, and their mandate was to make sure that Liberia was not as inclusive as we would like for it to be. My thought is I want an inclusive Liberia, a Liberia that everybody has equal opportunity to succeed, not basically for one group of people. So I have some concerns about the PUP party as I see it, as I read about the history about that party. And maybe they can come here and explain a little bit more. But Yekesi, I have to leave. It's 4:26. My class starts shortly. It'll take me some time to walk. But I wish you guys a wonderful show. I'll be checking in and just hearing you guys in the background a little bit. All right, so I'll talk to you later. Bye bye. Have a great show. Bye,
Okay.
Liberians.
Okay. Have a good time there.
I'm laughing because somebody said I'm getting fat. That's Liberians are just too funny.
All right. So, folks, that's it. And going over to other reports here. So today the Supreme Court was able to hand down advanced ruling in cases that have to do with tenure today, and of course, according to the ruling, is actually against the president. Especially the cases at the Liberia Telecommunications Authority, LTA, the Liberia National Lottery Authority, the Governance Commission, and the National Identification Registry. Okay, so according to the ruling, the president has lost those cases, and it indicates that President Bouakar's appointment of nominees to these institutions that have tenure positions were illegal due to what the term as procedural errors, according to the Supreme Court. And similar thing is with Wilson Tape at the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. The Supreme Court also termed his appointment there by the former president, George Manuia, as illegal as well. So that means that Wilson Tape is going to, forfeit that position. That is, the ruling went against him. And so Emmanuel, Mr. Yakbabulo, the former running mate to Taiwan Gonglo, can now take over as the head of that particular government institution. But folks, until the panelists can come on, let's open the lines and hear from you out there. What do you make of all of the trending happenings today, some of which we've already, talked about? Dr. Richardson and myself have talked about. Call us on 0777 771 0777 1075 1075 are the numbers to put you through. Call us and have to say, what do you make of the preliminary results announced by the National Elections Commission from Nimba County and from Gedeh County? What do you make of the ruling from the Supreme Court of Liberia as well? Let's talk to our first caller here this evening. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I joined from 540 Congo Town. My name is Danuwa.
Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, my brother. You see, the slap I was given to woman Bouakar the afternoon by the Supreme Court.
Oh,
very bad slap.
You call that a slap?
It's a slap in the face of Bouakar. You see, it's not just good to listen to other people who want to do bad to the civil business. These are places that were funded by law. Government, that place was funded by law. If you have you will go back to the law, to the legislature, and make anything that you want to do down there to teach you people there. But not to come and bring people there, because the people work, keep other teachers. Who investigated the people? It was the Amuma. You didn't have Amuma yet. Then you investigate the case about the kind of problem. You see that? The code of conduct. Like to join code of conduct case here?
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
This is Albert Kemokale. I'm geographically situated in Carwell.
Let's hear you, Albert.
I just lying down in my room listening to Madam Chinoway. It is true. When Prince Johnson lost the election in District 1, he said, Samuel Brown is a cousin. In fact, you are calling a man. How you be calling your own cousin a man phone ringing? You are calling the man phone ringing, but the man can answer a phone. You see, my brother, if you continue to confuse the people so that can divert from your advice. Pre-judging today, the men will tell people say your goal soul. They have to say that someone has suitcase in your hand, passing around. Your council, they go on it, or Nyatwa can accept the bag of rest with 1,000 US, one generator, he said they made a poor man. As soon as they mention the church again, start calling all on the radio speaking Geo in a very station there to ban, Tapeta, all the radio stations start calling. Why should you maybe confusing yourself? So,
okay.
my brother, the first time happy, the second time I can tell you, Prince is losing gravy Nimba, and we'll make sure we get it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's your opinion. You are entitled to that. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, hello,
let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Thank you for following the time. My name is Augustine Dukla, and I call from Ralphie, Howie, and Yellow Beauty.
Okay, Augustine, let's hear you.
You know, one thing I really have been on my mind, I've been playing my mind for quite a long time, and you know, just the result, I mean, the election that just it refresh me, it bring that memory back to me, and that is the Lord. I think this time now, our constitution, the senators and the representatives, that our Lord, the Lord, that state, that somebody know be a position like a representative position, and one as a senator, I think that law needs to be changed. It really needs to be changed because that was a complete waste of money. And another thing is I think for somebody to get, you know, have 6 years running, you know, taking 6 years to be the legislators in the legislative seat, and then he all of a sudden he remain in the position and contest again. Second point is I think the legislators need to change the another law again. I've been thinking about for instance the election when somebody died. Somebody get more money they spend their seat for $2 million. That's a lot of like we don't have money. We need money. I think that law needs to be changed just because of 2 representative positions you spend over $2 million.
Thank you. Others are on the line. They need to make that point as well. Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is my community.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for your personal discussion. You know, I don't really understand what happened to our government. Everything happened to our government this time around. It's been disgraced in the sector. You understand? So one person cannot be in a country that you have to say we are the host for the thing. Anything it should be done right away. You know, so that justice issue. I want President Baka to pray so that all work on example, President Baka is invited to every government come to power, every president come to power because one man cannot be when the whole country like to say that he is president for all of that. You get president like Monson, get president in Nimba. That one is trying to tell but let me say this to many like me. This is example President Baka. If you made a man to be, if you want a man to be popular, you do it to yourself. Any man in family, you'll be rich forever.
Thank you. Let's hear others' views. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, my brother. How are you?
I'm good. Let's hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Jerome Tutu. I call from Dubai.
Okay.
Look, those who have taken things, Senator Johnson, are lost. The complaint of the people from Nimba, I think they are mistaken. Look, any political science they wouldn't use the last night elections to determine the popularity of Senator Johnson. Because look, the Labour Party are just one member. So it was by all fact that any candidate who contest on the United Party ticket will automatically win the will of the Nimba people. So for somebody to win the election result and think Senator Johnson had lost the confidence of the people, that was mistaken.
Okay.
We welcome his win from the United Party. We like to urge our supporters to remember Senator Johnson has been very, very instrumental to our election in 2023. So we cannot at this point in time be ungrateful to him for somebody to think that the elections.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello.
You want to lower the volume of your radio, please.
Hello, you are getting me now?
Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Kai Faturi. I do join you from district number 3, Masoro County.
Okay, let's hear you.
There is a call to every one of us. The issue of this call about pre-Johnson call-father, I think they are said to how to try to see the need to do away with. Because we cannot keep doing things, appearing that there is no other person, but rather, this person is a godfather. We have to do away with that particular statement, and looking at the step this government is taking concerning the training position, even though we actually voted this government, but what I'm looking at, there are some procedure errors in their appointment. Actually, because when you can remember when the government said there is no business as usual, and when we keep seeing those type of things that they are doing, it's somehow confusing. Actually, like we look at some sectors that the FDA, the public come and say competencies and other things. You can see people who occupy some area. They don't even merit. They don't even have degrees in a particular direction, but rather in that particular Europe.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Okay. The real political classical between Prince Johnson and Kanako took place. It was a very tough match. At the end of the day, then Kanako became victorious. What? But it wasn't a surprise. It wasn't a surprise at all. Why? Because the last time, for the last senatorial election, the fellow came second. Because of this, Prince Johnson went against him. But to be frank, let us say the spade. Mark Traveler is the right for that place. Yeah, classical. The real classical in Nimba country, it took place. General became victorious. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if you just join us, is a reminder that you are listening to the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon FM 107.5 megahertz, Fabric 101.1 megahertz. We also coming to you live on our various social media handle, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and also via our YouTube channel. So today happens to be the 24th day of the month of April, and of course the day is Wednesday. We are still awaiting the CEO and his team of panelists. Dr. Richardson was here earlier on, but she had to rush for class. But we're still waiting the CEO and the rest of the panelists. Once they come on, they're going to kickstart the discussion for today. So today, the Councillor James Yempa Verdier Jr., the former chairperson of LACC, will be the guest on the show. So once the team comes on, they will be playing host to him and talking about issues concerning the country. But in the meantime, between time, let's go back to the lines to talk to more Liberians, what they make of the elections in Nimba and Grand Gedeh, what they make of the ruling coming from the Supreme Court of Liberia as it relates to tenure positions. Good evening, your name and where you join us from. Good evening, let's hear you.
My name is Bongane.
You calling from Bon County?
Yeah, Bongane.
Which part of Bon County?
I'm from
District 6. Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, tell me about discussion. There is just a warning for ongoing Godfather, P. Johnson. The first level made, the second level got lacking. Yes. Everything that comes with science is done. But you know, I know 2023 should not contest.
Is it everything that comes with science is done, eh?
Yeah, everything that comes with science is done.
So that's the Prince of the signal science, you know, with the election result, eh?
So, first level made, the second level got lacking.
Okay, that's interesting. The main parables. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Andrew Secretary.
Andrew, go ahead.
Secretary General of the UP, the Electoral Reserve, calling from Soap Clinic, issue number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, for the ruling today, you know, the Supreme Court is one of our problems in this country. But nevertheless, but I still have the opportunity to correct that.
Okay.
Because the ombudsman have been appointed, and through the ombudsman, this guy will be uprooted for that position. God related the code of conduct, and the code of conduct said that once you are in any position, you should not campaign. You should not campaign. Let me know what on tape. If I don't know any hard in it. So that guy were appointed as chair coordinator for Nimba County campaign as governor commission. If you want a boasting is supporting CDC because the past commissioner supported Eddie. So for that reason, you say you want to do it wrong to say me that you should follow. They will be on there and will go to the ombudsman for justification. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your opinion. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
12th Street.
Okay, Dennis who?
Dennis calling from 12th Street.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, with regard to the ruling from the Supreme Court, I think the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of the law.
Okay.
And if they have come up with that ruling, I think the president should listen to them.
Right.
These are not doing. They have the right. If there is any reason, if they want to change the law, they can change the law. But as long as the law is not changed, I think the people should hold their positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for your contribution.
Okay.
Hello.
You get me?
I'm getting you now. Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
All right. My name is Josiah Small from if I run the Congo Town Peace Island Belt.
Let's hear you, Josiah.
My brother, thank you. You see what they're ruling today from the Supreme Court. That's why someone I continue to say. The law is the law. When the right thing is done, you see, there's a reason why it's good to challenge the judge, it's good to go to court. Now that you have had a day in court, the ruling has come in forward. Most of you that I think you see a difference. Yeah, will say, the slap in the face of the president. That's true. But my advice to the president, or to the political advisors, or the legal advisors to the president, here's the reasons why the president appointed you. To look into the legal matter, you got the expertise. That's why you are around the president. Before you do some of these things, you have to cross your T and R. Then you give the proper advice to the president to take the steps to be taken. Okay. Because when you tell him, now what you do as a legal preference. Knowing that you have your expertise over there. That's one. Quite do let me close on the kind of issue. No, let me say this. That one I told someone during the 2020 elections. No main the country I see that you coerce me to say vote for the person. I got my own independent thingy. That brings on your whole hand say vote for the person. You not get your own independent thingy. You don't know how to decide. You don't know who you are. Okay. So I don't want to Mr. Johnson. And then you actually bring themselves. Now that they have the way to vote it. Please don't be somebody there. Why you put it that way? No.
Thank you for
calling. So let me say thank you to our brother and sister at SLA Political Franchise by voting the senator of their choice.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
How are you? Everything?
Okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is Abu. I want to chairman for the ground. I'm calling from Baupa ground tonight.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to. I just say to President Joseph Boga, thank you for the again. You can take to the court.
Okay.
And the court will against the government will listen. We will not see again a general demonstrating here for justice. We will not see people paying moral code, but going to no result. But today we can see just a court running the capital all around here. Today the government of the country. They say, oh no, let the people go back to July, let all things go back to Ambuma. Yes, that's what it will be. And that's what the office of the Ambuma has been set up. So those are running there, right? If the Ambuma, if the Ambuma hold them, for what, April 2, they will go back to the Supreme Court. They actually are champion and they want to
Thank you.
Well, let me say this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You can hear me?
Okay, we take more calls. Hello?
Yeah, I can see. You can hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I can see. You can hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, what you been doing? I tried to get your attention. Are you okay now? Are you
yes,
hearing me?
it's okay. I thought you were on the phone.
No. I'm talking to you. What are you doing with people? They're kind of like mad. Are you making them mad? What are you telling them?
I'm just telling them some of the training happening in the country.
They're like young people angry. Wow, I mean, what are you telling them? But have you given one update from on Nimba yet? We'll get into it. We'll talk about that which is trending. And did you share the flyer that Councilor James Verdier is coming out?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Beautiful. I know you guys were very busy. You left me standing yesterday, like I was looking for you, and you left.
Yes, I was around. I came later. I was just in the back helping Nelson.
Yeah, because we just upload some stuff. I gave you some document. Can you please upload it for me? And
okay.
You can see what happened. So you from where? You from Nimba, right? Upper Nimba or lower Nimba?
I'm from Upper Nimba.
So you from Kwabwa or you from man? Which one?
I'm from Itoe.
You from Itoe, so you're not from Kwabwa. Kwabwa is Gio, right?
Yeah, Kwabwa is Gio.
So you Mano?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask you any other question. We're just going to take it easy. The rest of the guys coming. It's going to be a great show today, folks. We want to say thank you for joining us. Alice Pretty and Noted Queen, Pierre Brooks, Freeman, Dolo Oyekam Alpha Dika. Oh God. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're watching Spoon TV Live, the Spoon Talk on your radio now. Fadiga, welcome to the show.
Right.
Yeah, thanks.
Fadiga.
Good job.
Fadiga. No.
I mean, I just came for eating, soya.
Fadiga, you saw Mame myself picture? Mame.
I saw the man picture, the man looking malnourished.
Why they put Mame close to me? And, when you put Mame close to me, now what happened? It's like my whole, yeah, man.
Sorry, we have to be honest on the show, right?
No, man. Mame is not malnourished, man. He keep all the way to visit me.
It look good.
Mame keep all the way to visit me. Can you imagine that?
Wow. I saw the picture, great picture.
Yeah. Mame was so happy to see me. Imagine he spent a night just to see me. So
that's good.
Yeah, that's a great picture, man.
Great picture.
And I think it's one of those days, man. I mean, Fatima, you're a bad dude, though, Fadiga.
But that's the one thing I know that Samuel Jackson today.
Yeah, you and Samuel Jackson look alike, by the way.
That paper there, you may have passed someone, we never know.
Yeah, maybe probably like your dad. Who knows?
You never know. So many things are happening in the country.
And he from Grand Basel too?
Yeah, not either.
Man, but I can't wait for the show today, man. I can't wait for us to get started.
I don't know.
I can't wait.
Plenty happening.
A lot. I am so surprised. Not too surprised, but we leave it like that.
Surprised about what? Nimba election or the Supreme Court?
I'll hold my own to my chest that we start the show. I want to teach the Liberian people small.
Yeah. I'm not surprised though. Honestly.
You're not surprised?
No.
I'm not going to ask you. I just want to show you my picture here. That's my man. So you see that?
I mean, you see, your hands say a little mommy whole body. My owner, I'm get doya. I'm 2001. Put it there, man.
Mama drove. I mean, he flew from all the way Fargo. Yeah, just to pay me a visit from Fargo.
And can you imagine Fargo? There's no direct flight, so you gotta go. You gotta come to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And one small plane, then you take that plane again, fly all the way. They probably could take a direct flight. So that's small.
Yeah. But I respect Mommy for that. He just came to farming. That's good. And, you know, that's seriously. That was a good thing, you know. And, but I'm sorry that the fact with me is that he shouldn't have gotten too close to me to take picture.
You see it? I'm not going to say anything.
Mommy shouldn't have gotten too close to me to take picture because it's like heavyweight versus peanut weight.
You get people.
We have people. Mommy. Oh, we have fun though. We want to teach GIF. We ate, you know. We have fun, and that's a great visit. That's a great visit. We just want to say.
Fatima too. I saw the picture.
Yeah, I think he took a picture with her.
That was cool.
But I don't know why people say if I went to the gym. I don't do gym. That's just me. Okay, that's just me. I don't go to the gym. Like you need to have Fadiga to go to the gym.
I mean, my arm is bigger than both of you. When I hit the gym, I can't wear clothes.
Fadiga need to go to the gym.
I'm a plus size model.
Fadiga, but I know we want to start this show, right? I know there's a lot of stuff happening here.
Okay, let's start the show. I made a mistake the other time. I want to make some clarification. And a lot of people call me up on it. And when I went to watch the show, sometimes when you're in a moment, you say things. It was a sarcasm, but people took it literally, and I felt bad, especially people that respect me a lot of people.
What
I said though, when it came to this violation of the code of conduct with campaigning, I made reference to saying that we are empowered now, and somehow people interpreted it as we are empowered now, so we can violate, and that is not anything that we condone. A lot of us put our sweat and blood to put this government in, not to repeat the mistakes from the CDC, and I regretted that. It was meant to be a sarcasm. I did not finish my sentence. That was one of the things that I know a lot of people told me. I meant to say we at least we can hold our government feet to the fire and discuss these things, something you guys. So this is why we are in power now. But I did not end it, and people kind of interpreted it. It was meant to be a sarcasm, and people took it for literal meaning. And you know, in this political charge season, we have to be very careful what we say because People are all around to exploit anything we say. That is not a representation of what I believe. I believe that we came to power to uphold the rule of law. That is why people going to the Supreme Court. That is why we're not violating people right on like what the U.S. Human Rights Report said. There were gross violation of human rights, press freedom, a lot of things. So if it came out that way, I want to apologize. That is not a reflection of my belief. I believe that we came to power to uphold the rule of law, and we are going to hold this government feet to fire to ensure that we uphold the rule of law. So to all of you, I misspoke. I misspoke. It was meant to be a sarcasm, but a lot of people took it for the literal meaning.
I disagree with you. I don't think it was meant to be sarcasm. I think can you make some adjustment?
Me?
Kazi, no, we're getting a sharp feedback here, Kazi. Can you try to test something? I disagree with you, Fadiga. I think you spoke exactly what's on your mind. It's no sarcasm.
You can't put words in my mouth. I told my own.
But I quietly listen to you, though. It's just you and myself. Just allow me to finish, right? I think I disagree with you. This mindset to say our time, that's our government. We can do what we want to do. Nobody can stop us. You won't fire the people you're fired, and we're not fire our own. I don't think those things are right thing to say. I don't think, and I'm happy. I'm happy as a brother and friend to you. I'm happy that you apologizing, but I think your apology is sarcasm. Yeah, but wait now. Let me finish back.
But I can't let you finish. That's seriously you're talking. I keep realizing that I misspoke.
Okay, we can't talk over each other.
You're not in my mind.
Okay, go ahead, finish. That will come in.
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth. I do not stand by those comments. We came here to rescue this country, not to re-traumatize the people and bring more of the same. This is a changed government, and that is why we can come out here and make mistakes and come out and correct those mistakes. We can hold this president feet to the fire. We can call all our colleagues when they make mistakes. That is not something we saw last year. Everybody, the emperor was naked, but nobody dared tell the emperor that he was naked. They allow him. Oh, Baku, you strong. Baku, you can do this. But we're not in the Baku business.
So you finished now? Can I speak?
I'm finished, but don't say why you thinking that I'm thinking. I already told you why I'm thinking.
So can I speak now?
Go ahead.
You are not interrupting though.
Wow, not interrupt.
I think you just BSing us tonight. I think you went somewhere and somebody confronting you and you're just trying to play us. I don't believe you when you say, "Oh, I didn't mean to say it." No. What you're doing right now, it's like you're insulting the intelligence of our followers. You're insulting those folks that are watching us right now. Because you said exactly what you wanted to say that day. You wanted to say, this is our government, this is our time. We care less. We do what we want to do.
No, that's not what I said.
Now you say you're not interrupting.
I cannot allow you to put words into this my statement.
But you gotta wait. It's just
you are distorting my statement.
But brother, you didn't say you're giving me a chance to finish now. I'm begging you. Can you just do that? Thank you. I do believe where I am today, that everything you said, you meant it. I do believe where I am today, that you can say it over and over and over again. Your sorry is just to brush off and to get the show started, but you don't mean it. You are Hossein, UJ Fadiga. Whosoever takes it, my man, you are wrong. They just decided to say, my man, go tell the people another BS. But so many of you have that mindset. It happened in CDC. People used to use the crew war, Atina. It means our time. This is our time, Atina. And that's exactly what you're doing. But till we can get that out of our mind, that this is the Liberian people time, till we can get that, eradicate our mind from mental slavery, and say this is the time for the people to enjoy the government. And we shouldn't say it's our time. That whether you're sedition, whether you're Unity Party, CPP, white, yellow, blue, black, Grebo, Crown, Bassa, Mandingo, Nimba, Guillaume, Pele, Kisi, Den, Gola, Mende, Congo, Native, Electric, gullible, non-gullible. Well, everyone should come together and say we are all Liberians. I was disappointed in your comment, Fadiga. I was disappointed in your comment. But I choose not to ask you for an apology because I know you meant every word. You told the president, don't fire those that break in the code of conduct. You told him, do nothing to them. Keep them. Even if they break it 100 years from now, keep them. You told him. You told the president we care less. Seditions are not Liberians. You said that. If you're from CPP, you're not Liberians. You said that. But I think my brother, my one and only loving brother, that walked with me in that courthouse and stood by me, I'm disappointed. But I will let the Liberian people decide. And I will let the Liberian people be the judge. I will sit back and allow the Liberian people be who they are.
Amen.
Okay? Because you are wrong.
I acknowledge that I'm wrong. I misspoke. It was intended to be a sarcasm. It was a sarcasm that I was directed at my good friend Isaac Doe because his angle was kind of annoying that day, but people took the literal meaning, and I do apologize. That is not my view. I believe that we keep the power to bring change, and not to do the same thing, and I will leave it at that. And moving forward, I'll be careful and calibrate my words better, not to make those kind of sarcasm, especially with people listening to us around the country. You see, that's why you stuck. You stuck. Your internet will soon freeze because you're trying to put words in my mouth.
I'm good, brother. Remember now, I'm
the Liberian people believe me. A lot of people believe me.
They're calling you. Take that phone call, brother. Take that phone call. They're asking you not to continue it. They just say, take that phone call. I said, let's welcome you to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be on. So, what is the apology now from Fadiga? Fadiga,
as always,
you spoke with me yesterday and you told me you were giving a position of the Unity Party. You were speaking as a direct representation of the government. According to you, that's what the president asked you to say, that it's okay for
don't interrupt the man. Go ahead, Asido.
Man, you're not allowed to.
No, don't interrupt the man. But let's speak one at a time, please.
So, right after you said what the president told you yesterday, you speaking for the Unity Party, what they believe in, how they want to lead the country. You told me that you went and then people around the president started saying different things, more doing you, so you come in and you want to change it. I'm sure you should be doing what the president tells you, because the president is the commander-in-chief. He runs the affairs of the state. Yesterday, you spoke your mind. You spoke the right thing. You spoke exactly what you knew, what the party's position, the government's position. Why are you sorry for what you know is how you want to do? Because if we were to see things how they are going, it is just exactly what you said. So you shouldn't be sorry. I think we are sorry with the Liberian people. Like I've always said, like for me, I come here to speak on the case of Liberians. I speak on behalf of Liberians. For you, you speak on behalf of Unity Party and the government. So you always say what the government's positions are. But we're going to speak on behalf of our people, and I'm sure as time goes on, our people will understand.
Have a good show. Thank you, Asido. Good hearing from you. No, we're moving now. We're moving.
Bro, how you move? How you allow Asset to
move behind you walking so?
I don't know. I said I one of his girlfriends. You got a girlfriend.
I did not ask his daughter though.
Well, she looks
There you
very
go.
young.
You were so apologize. You were so apologize again.
You were so apologizing. You always apologize.
Well, Stendo, you cannot allow us to turn all red line. Everybody know that I'm not the official spokesman for the government. I still believe in the rescue mission, and we'll continue to proffer the government agenda. But that is unofficially. As a panelist here, we did it way before during the election, and we continue it after the election. It's our passion to educate our people. But folks like Acid do, the hypocrisy of people like Acid do. At least we now have responsible governors where we can talk to our government and criticize them without fearing that you will be ostracized and lose your job or lose your proximity to anything because you criticize. People have voicing their opinion now. Look, Stedo, today the USA.
Now we gotta go. We gotta
let
go.
me say something about today. And I know we'll talk about it. The USA human rights came out today. Look what in there. Let us talk about that. Not about what I say. I've apologized. Now people have agreed with me. Let us talk about human rights to honor George Weah.
Hold on 1 minute. I said though.
The evil that they did to the Liberian people for 6 years, for which we came to power to fix. That's what I wanted to discuss. Not me. I'm not going
to. So, folks, again, don't forget, tonight we have Councillor James Verdier Jr. tonight. He will be our guest. Okay? I understand there's a lot of stuff happening in the country, but we want to welcome you, Patricia Verdier. Welcome. Darlington Massaquoi, Elton Dixon, Kola, Fisi? I think that's the name, Kola Fesi. Lovette, we want to welcome you. Doris Toggle, Florence Nouvelle, Love Freeman, Tamba Theodore, Grace Fokolia. We want to welcome everybody. Please do not listen to Fadika. Please. On the issue of apologizing, don't listen to him. Fadika spoke his mind. And no one can take that from him. I disagree, darling Dama. It's good to have you, darling. I disagree with Fadika, but we have a lot to discuss today. The Supreme Court ruling, the Nimba election, the president trip to the United States. We have a lot. Where is our country? What is happening at the executive mansion? We got about 7 more days to go, the 100 days. Let's talk Liberia. Like President Joseph Yima Barker said, think Liberia, love Liberia, and together let's build Liberia. I want us to talk Liberia. I want us to look in the camera and speak truth to power. I want you Liberians to tell your fellow Liberians why you voted against George Weah, why you made President Bouaka president today. What were your expectations of the president and the way forward? And those that didn't vote for President Bouaka, I want you to tell Liberians why you didn't vote for President Bouaka. Though he won, but why you didn't vote for him? Councillor James Verdier would come and talk about the allegation that he leaked out George Weah asset declaration to the public. We're going to go into the asset, we're going to talk about the tenure position today, all those, the ruling from the Supreme Court, the major landmark decisions, who win, who fell flat on the other side. Yeah, I'm not here to talk about Fadika, I apologize. I'm here to talk about national issue. I want us to talk about the lawmakers, their workers. I'm going to bring you in. I said, though, you're going to do your 2 minutes. Let me just say this. We are happy to be here. We're going to discuss so many issues. We want to keep time for your question, and we'll read your question. We'll open the phone line. We'll hear from you, Sharon. Sharon Kipper, it's good to have you, Sharon. Winston, Mensa, it's good to have you. It's good to have every one of you. Louis Gartner, Joman Jala, everyone. Share our program. Angela, let me go to you first. Your 2 minutes intro, we'll bring in Al Hassan Fadika, and then joined by Dr. Bropler, we'll bring him in. So Angela, you go first. Your 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. Let me say hi to people listening. In a very special way, I want to recognize someone. One, Marcus Doe, is a little guy here in Morovia. You know, I take all my time every day that I come on the show. Of all we as government officials, if I'm not wrong, I think I'm the only person running my mouth every day on this place because I believe in the president we are. And as day comes and go, my commitment for him increases on a daily basis because of many things. But today, this little guy just sent me a message. I don't know where I was. He said, Minister, I get $10 cut for you. Please send me your number. Let me send it. Please, I beg you, don't miss the show. You're really speaking for us. So when I saw the message, I went to the picture. When I saw the picture, no disrespect, I'm thinking this guy should be asking me $10. So I did not respond. I just kept thinking what I should say. I'm like, if this little man can come and say, my man, thank you for going on the show. Thank you for talking about the live birth people. Everyone will not agree with you, but I really appreciate you. I felt so moved. There are other people who can call me, but this particular guy, Marcus Doe, I'm not sure. He gave my last name for somehow some good thing. And I was moved. I was really touched. I'm like, you know what? I think we are making impact somewhere. It may not be big now, but I think people are appreciating things that we do. So, Michael, I want to appreciate you, though I didn't respond to you, but I can tell you I was shocked because I felt you should be asking me. I always come on the show and joke and say, oh, the person do this for me, the person, but those are usually kidding. But again, I feel so proud of you. And I can tell you, I will be here every day. President Ware is my leader. I know what he's done for this country. I'm proud of it. My commitment for him even increased today. Now, just quickly to close on, I know we had a ruling. We talked about it. But overall, I feel positive for Liberia. I feel so damn good. And in my conscience, the rule of law exists. We know for a fact that people will be placed on a check mark. And you will not just run without holding a break. And I feel so good.
Thank you very much, former Deputy Minister Isaac Doe. Al Hussein Yuji Fadiga.
Well, there's a lot on my mind today. Hope we talk about the human rights abuses that transpire under the WEA-led administration. I also want to be very bold and candid to our president and the UP alliance. It's becoming glaring, and it's becoming glaring that we have had a series of missteps that need to be corrected. 100 days is a good time. I know we would not expect to build Liberia in 100 days, but 100 days came about to create a benchmark, set the tune for the government that the government will follow. And if this tune is not good within the first 100 days, most likely we will continue to see these lapses going forward. There are some specific issues that I want to draw the president's attention today. We have made a couple of mistakes, and we need to correct those mistakes. The next thing, we'll talk about the elections in Nimba County, what it means for the future of Nimba. I would like to delve into that, but mainly the human rights record and the series of missteps. And look, I was talking about one. It has been almost 3 months, going to 100 days. We have not chosen, the president have not appointed his associate justice. This thing happened since last year. Look, the reason the American people, some of the reason the conservative flooded towards Trump, despite some of his outrageous comment, was because they wanted that Supreme Court. They wanted a very extreme right-wing Supreme Court. And to some extent, Donald Trump got it. It means a lot, those you have on the Supreme Court. Say what you can about President Weah. This guy, with all his inexperience that we want to believe, knew how to use power. And he used it, whether poorly or something, he used it to the best of his advantage. And it is still reflecting in this government. The Supreme Court, they are men, they are not a saint. The law was created by men. It can be interpreted by men, whatever way they chooses. Having a Supreme Court that is sympathetic to your government means a lot. Another thing too, the appointment of tenure positions. Stanton, since I already have to flow, I'll just go just say it and I'll expand on it during the second half.
You got a few more seconds left though. It's just intro.
So what happened is we had all the time to look. Each one of those tenure positions have removal clause. Each one, if we knew that those guys violated a lot of those tenure positions, we should have proceeded to either prosecuting them or firing them before hiring new people. There are people close to the president that know the law. Look, why I'm not in favor of all of the Supreme Court ruling. Some of the ruling that I look at made sense. But
go ahead, Fatiga. We'll come back to you, but I beg you, let's do the 2-minute intro.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Boplet. Dr. Boplet.
Good evening, CEO, and good evening to my esteemed colleagues. Good evening to all of our Iberians and friends who watch and listen and chime in all around the world. Thank you for doing that. The conversation is elevating the national discourse, and over time, we've seen results. So good to be here tonight. A lot going on, and we're going to dig into it. I will say this. As far as the Supreme Court is concerned, the Supreme Court, the rulings become the law of the land. So when the Supreme Court speaks, that's it. However, the president does have recourse. We go back to the first branch of government and revisit. I said before, I'll say again, most of our tenure positions in Liberia do not need to be tenured. They do not need to be tenured. The central bank, I believe, is the only position need to be tenured. Everybody else needs to serve based on the effectiveness and leave it at that. And when a new president comes, he or she has the right to put people in strategic places. And so that's where we are. But the president does have recourse. I will say this, though, CEO and fellow friends, nobody goes to school to be a president. There's no class or thing to be a president, no course that you got to pass. You get on this very important job and you do it to the best of your ability. I do think that everything that is happening now, the president needs to step back, retool, restart, and forge ahead. And at the end of the day, I am hopeful that we will be okay. That's all I'll say for now until we dig into the issues.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if you want, you gotta do some adjustment, Dr. Boblet. Can you go ahead?
Yes. Okay. So basically, this is my intro for the day, right?
Yes, sir. Your 2 minutes intro, sir.
Okay. So that was a very interesting day today, and I think this is one of those hiccups in governance or in the political economy that, if the ruling administration is not very careful, they will look at this as a loss. This is not a loss, this is a win for Liberia on the tenure, because it establishes the independence of the judiciary. Okay? It didn't go with the way of the executive, and I disagree with Fadiga. The Liberian presidency has inordinate influence on the Supreme Court. So if the Supreme Court was doing it because it wanted to please anybody, it wouldn't have made a decision the way it did. I think it did it based upon law. Okay. And I hope and pray that, the administration does not continue the direction it's in to settle scores. Because if it continues to settle scores and not try to unite the country, not try to develop an agenda that is clear and based upon the campaign promises, then it would likely lose popular support. And when you lose popular support, you lose the goodwill of the Liberian people. Okay. So the election in Nimba County, it does appear, I don't have any facts here, but it does appear that Mr. Yan Twyan is in the lead, and he may more likely win this. So if he does, it may send a signal that maybe the power of Prince Johnson is winning, but make no mistake about it, Prince Johnson influence in Nimba and national politics will be there now and in 2029. So those are the two issues I want to talk about, and let's see what the other issues are for today.
Okay, so gentlemen, again, Dr. Richardson is working. She was here earlier. She had to leave. Glennie will be joining us. Fatima is working. Don't know the whereabouts of Angie Mama, but the rest of the team will be joining us. We'll be having a wonderful show. The first thing, we're going to have Councilor James Verdier Jr. He's our guest for today. He's checking in. He will be in shortly. But let's have the conversation about this tenure Supreme Court decision. It was a long time coming. If you open the phone out right now, every Liberian want to hear us. Your own opinion. Was the decision fair? The ruling? Was it a just ruling? Today, who won? Who's celebrating today? Every aspect we understand, the LTA and the rest of them. Folks are asking. The decision, people call me insistent on the decision it's a great one. I don't know whether or not, Yekezi, were you able to put them all up, Yekezi? I just need one of the first 6. No, Yekezi. All right, I'll have to do. Yekezi, can you come on, please? So here we are. We all probably, we have shared it in the chat room. We understand where we are. I want to start with you, Isaac Doe. Okay. Yekezi, come on real quick before I bring in. Did you share what I sent you, Yekezi, please? Can you put them up? On the first 6 pages, I just sent it to you, please. I want us to brush on it before bringing Councilor Verdier, please.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe we have seen it. We read it. It was in our chat room. So let's start by the way in which we came on. But you got to go first, though. You got a few seconds on this one because I can see Councilor Verdier in the back. But real quick, 30 seconds, Fadiga. Where are you with the ruling today?
On tenure?
Yes, on the Supreme Court ruling, tenure.
Well, I'm not surprised. I don't think this is the end. That's what I would say. My position is this is not the end. The Supreme Court just simply told the government that you need to follow the process, that certain process will not follow, and go back and get your house in order. It did not say that you cannot proceed. I think it was very clear in the ruling that.
Did you read the full ruling? Did you go through the full ruling?
I read the full ruling and the insinuation of those ruling, or not even the insinuation. What it meant was that you did not accorded some of those people due process, or even allow them to know why they were removed from their tenure. And a lot of those people meet the criteria for removal, for violation. But they were not. That was not done.
I'm going to rush it because I think we have the council in. But Isaac, though, where are you real quick? 30 seconds, Isaac.
Yeah, one thing, the ruling for the Supreme Court today, which was a bloody nose to this government, brings into question the governance experience of President Bakar, who has always claimed to have had some 50 years of government experience. One who have thought that there are little things he will know. And it also asks a question as to if the president's legal advisor is doing him any favor at all, because this is as many cases this government just got bloody nose from. And he should be depending on his legal advisor to ensure these things are done correctly. And lastly, I would say the ruling has increased the governance capability and the thought process of President Weah, who people say, oh, he no book. But the decisions this man has made, when he came into power, he said, you know what? President Boyka, now when he was a vice president, brought a law. His signature on the law that tenure position should be all around this country. He said, no, it's not a good thing. Let us change the position. But anyway, we'll come on it.
Yeah, we'll get back there. Dr. Bopler, very quick. Your 10 seconds. Can you unmute Dr. Bopler, please?
All right, so the question will ask who won and who lost. So who won?
No. It's not who won. Your own 10-second take on the tenure ruling from the Supreme Court.
Again, I think the rule, the legislative stipulations for tenure are clear, and I think the government made some steps there before it went to just replacing people. And so, for the most part, I think what the Supreme Court did was follow the law. That said, the president has a recourse, and I believe tenure for most of the positions are unnecessary. And I will encourage the president to take recourse and revisit this matter when he's in a better position.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Yeah. Look, let's just look at the history of tenure. The tenure was an attempt by the Unity Party government to continue to have its influence and inflection on future administrations. Most of the tenure positions were created by act of the legislature during the regime of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joe Boyka. So they created it, and it is bad governance to have tenure for positions in like state-owned corporations, to have tenure for positions in some government agencies. I think the only tenure position that we need maybe integrity institutions and the Central Bank of Liberia. But to have this broad, far-reaching tenure position in fisheries, to have it at NASCAR, to have it at other places, it is your baby, you birthed it, and the hen has come home to roost, and you will suffer the consequences. That's my position. It was begun by the Unity Party. They own it, and they will eat it. Too bad.
Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the show Councilor James Nimba Verdier Jr., who is our guest for tonight. Welcome to the show, Councilor. It's always good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Good evening. I hope you all can hear me.
Well, very well. Very well.
Let me say good evening. I have some very good friends who are on the show today that I've not seen for such a long time. Dr. Brooklyn, my own big brother Sam Jackson, and I think I met Fadiga too briefly in Liberia. So Stanton is good. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I've not met Isaac, but I've listened to Isaac a lot. So these are all familiar faces, and I look forward to a very fruitful and intriguing discussion.
Councilor James Nimba Verdier Jr. And I love to call the entire name because the junior need to be added. I don't want to mess you up with your brother, my dear friend, Councilor Jerome Verdier. So it is important for us to have a very unique program tonight. I know the reason why we brought you. I wanted you to clarify and speak on the issue that was raised by the former LDCC and current LDCC commissioners. We will give you time to do that, but can we speak onto what is at hand today ruling from the Supreme Court? I will give you a chance for you to give us your opinion on it, and then we'll move into questions. So it's all yours, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, first, look, let me say hi to the people of Liberia. I got some very special friends and family members back in Liberia and other places. And please, if you allow me, let me also say hi to my mother-in-law, who is an ardent and faithful viewer and listener to this show. I know where she is. She's watching right now. she just made some very sumptuous meal for me before coming here. So I want to say thank you to my mother, Grace Boyer. Okay. Now, opening, I see what's trending. I've made some friends and I've lost some friends in the last few weeks because some of my very good friends in Liberia reached out to me for advice on what could be the move on this issue of tenure for different institutions. And as a legal advocate, I advise them that first, the government does not need to review all of these positions of tenure with a one cap or one size fits all. If there's issue with those institutions that they have, they need to look at the act establishing each and every one of those institutions. And in the act establishing those institutions, there are stipulations on what their roles will be and how they can be removed. Everybody is just not the same. So you need to review that and see how you attack it. The second thing is I would say clearly that I do not believe that all of those institutions in Liberia right now that have been blessed and favored with positions of tenure are necessary. I don't think so. I have a clear list of institutions I believe should be granted tenure. And if we go back to the history, why people grant tenure, we can discuss all of that. But I'm very pleased, I would say, as a lawyer, as an advocate of the court, I'm pleased with the Supreme Court decision today regarding those positions.
You are pleased with the Supreme Court ruling?
Certainly.
The Chief Justice and 2 Associate Justices in chamber, they rule openly on all. I want us to take this bit by bit before we bring in the rest of the guys. We're going to have fun today because this is us. 5 + 1. We're going to give you a hard time. I'm sorry. The Supreme Court ruling today, Counselor. We have other folks right now that never had a time to sue the government. This major lawsuit came from LTA, where you have chairperson Awina Zagba and the rest of them. We move down to the national identification, the library, but we still talk about fisheries, National Road Fund, and the rest of them. If you're in a position to advise the legal advisor of Bushu Band, first of all, but the president ill advised, because we got to go right to it.
I don't know what the issue was in terms of advice and action, but I can say what they should have done and what can still be done. Every institution with tenure, like I said initially, do have conditions on which they can retain their tenureship or they can be removed based on either the abuse of power, abuse of the code of conduct, or abuse of that very act established in those institutions. So we need to look at them individually. What the Supreme Court did was to give the Liberian people that assurance that when you are aggrieved, you can come to the court and you're going to get redress. Basically, that's what it did. So the Supreme Court only upheld the act of government. This is one critical thing I just didn't hear a lot of people talk about. Before a law is passed, before an act is established, it runs through those 2 branches of government, the legislature from the lower house to the upper house, and then to the executive mansion. Every law that is passed is signed on by the President of the Republic. That is an executive action. And I find it very disingenuous for lawyers to come now and say the executive branch disagree with this law. It's not going to honor this law when the executive was part of the lawmaking. All of those acts that came into being was based on the executive act. So the president, you remember that government is continuating. The president, the executive mansion or the executive branch of government was aware that those acts were being created and those institutions were being established. So they do have a legitimacy, So
can we establish something here, Councillor? Joseph Yiman Boyka, President of the Republic of Liberia, was he ill advised?
For the different action they took, I think so. I think the move was ill advised. If I was in that position, the advice would have been call those institutions and individuals, look at the act establishing them, and let's see how, if there are people we are uncomfortable with working with, let's see how we can get it out. You can discuss with them. They will either resign and will pay you off, or something, but discuss with them, and then there were others who were in clear violation of their tenureship. You could deal with those and then remove those and don't give them anything.
My last question, then we bring the guys in. Would there be any room to revisit that the executive will have to do another lawsuit to the Supreme Court?
Well, the Supreme Court decision today were two. If you took note of the case of Winston Tappet,
correct.
You see why Winston Tappet petition was denied, because his appointment did not follow the conditions laid down in the act establishing the EPA. So his was denied, because as far as they recognize it, he was not appointed because they did not follow the process and the procedure. So that, like I was saying, look at this institution individually and look at the document establishing them. The United Party, the government still have recourse. If people come to power, if there's somebody you're uncomfortable with and the person is in a position where it's just difficult to unilaterally, arbitrarily remove them, there are still processes, ways you can go around it to amicably resolve those kind of issues and have the person removed.
But to my question, do you think the executives have any more strength? Can they pray on this? Can they revisit? Can they go back to the Supreme Court and find reason to do another lawsuit to remove those folks?
Except on new discovery, go back. The Supreme Court has ruled on this matter already. And what happened is that
other institutions. Let me read this to you. I know you're a counselor. This is from. Let me read this. I'm not going to say where it's from, but it's from somebody very important that watching the show. Then listen to what you say. And I asked you the question purposely. Should the president ill-advise from his advisor, whether political advisor, legal advisor, chief of staff? We can put all of them down the road. And this is from a very important person. The judgment that people are posting is a summary of the court's ruling. We have to read the full ruling. Of course, I'm in possession and I have distributed that to all. The court did not rule that people with tenure cannot be removed. Is that true? I want to hold you right there.
That's true. The court did not say people who have tenure cannot be removed. I'm saying to you again,
so let me continue. You agree with them. You agree with them. Let me read, because they are talking to you through me, and I can text you and tell you who's ace. They really listen to you. Instead, the court held that if they are to be removed, there are certain procedures to follow. So we will review the ruling as to the procedure and advise. Take it from there.
But how is that different from what I said? I'm saying it over and over again.
So the key is that will they advise the president to go ahead now for another lawsuit to remove these folks?
Well, I'm not a member of the government. That's something that they should be thinking about.
That's what I wanted you to answer.
That's what they should be thinking about. But that issue is not entirely closed. Again, let me just say clearly that every act establishing an institution where tenure is granted, there are conditions to remove anybody who violates the act. Pay attention to those conditions. If an individual is not in violation of any law regarding his or her tenure, and you're not comfortable working with that individual, then you want to go into a negotiation with that individual. We had the same experience, and I'll tell you, we had the same experience. The WIA administration, remember that as head of LSCC, I served 1 year into the WIA administration, 1 year before my tenure expired. And there were several attempts to remove me from the LSCC when the WIA government took over. So there were a lot of discussions. But what we insisted at the time, that to be removed, we had to be in violation. Because the LSCC law says it must be gross insubordination, corruption, or a breach of your duty. And we were not wanting of any of those things. So we made it clear that we were going to serve our term, or else if there was attempt to remove us, we're going to challenge it to the Supreme Court. And this is what happened. I think if that had happened then, the outcome of this ruling would have been similar.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Fadiga, your two questions. Answer your two questions, Dr. Bopler and Uncle Sam. You go, Fadiga.
Councillor Verdier, my question to you is, a lady, I forgot her name, but I think she's the wife of Pepsi Yeke. She was removed from a tenure position due to gross insubordination of the president. Does she have a case? That'll be my first question.
You're going more into a situation where you require consultation. You are paying consultation fees to people.
I know. Yeah.
I will answer your question by saying, like I said again, if that person feels that she was not in any way violated of the act establishing her institution in her position, definitely the law provides that you have a recourse, go to the court and question it. But if there were conduct on her part that was definitely insubordination to the president, or if the act establishing that institution say if she did what she did, she could be removed for that, then that's it. But when anybody, any citizen of the country, be it public or private, if you come in a situation where you are aggrieved and unsatisfied, it's good to go to the court to explain and provide relief for your grievances.
My second question, the Supreme Court referenced several articles. One of them was Article 25, which the Constitution granted guarantee sanctity to contracts, meaning that the tenure position was a legal contract. They also referenced Article 56, which granted the president power to appoint and remove within the executive branch. Apparently, from what I understood from my layman, it seemed like the president violated that contract. If he goes about and correct those mistakes, can they still remove those people that are in tenure position?
Anybody serving a tenure position has a condition for continuous service. To remove them prematurely, that is before the tenure expires, to remove them, they have to be in violation of something that the act establishing that institution clearly states. Okay, I'll take for example, take the LACC. The LACC law says that for commissioners and chairperson to be removed, they must be in gross violation of their duty. That's the duty for which you, or it could be as a result of an act of corruption. The only basis they can be removed. And many other institutions too have those conditions. If you review those institutions and want to bring in reforms, you need to look at the law establishing the institution and the condition for removing anybody who has tenure. There's no law that says that if you have tenure, you cannot be removed before your tenure expires. But it says that you must violate the condition of your service. If you violate it, then you can be removed. Now, there are other conditions under which they're not in violation, but we're just not comfortable and this government doesn't want to work with you, then you call them in, call the persons involved, and you can discuss and negotiate it. That has not been done. That can still be done.
So that means that the Supreme Court left for open wiggle room there for the government, so that it's not or this person win and that person lost situation. The government, in short, the government still have wiggle room to go after this case.
I just believe the Supreme Court ruling today just provided some assurances to the Liberian people that when you are aggrieved, you can come to the court for redress in the court. Basically, that's I'll summarize it in that way.
Thank you. That Acido, you go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councilor Verdier. Like you said, we've not met before. I've heard about you a lot. Nice talking to you. People will be wondering why folks are so bent on taking Liberians from their job. What is the urgency to ensure Liberians leave their job? Why? So I know Stanton read something and he was quoting something I wanted to say on the show for the record. That was written by the president's legal advisor, Bushu Ben Keita, the person who was ill advising the president.
To you, how you know it was written by him?
I'm the one saying it. My record is me.
It wasn't written by him. You cannot. No. You cannot do this because you cannot just call Bushu Ben name. We don't know whether I have spoken to him or not. How you just put it on Bushu Ben?
This is the government. We judge from government, man. Nothing goes on in this country without us knowing. So let me. It's okay. You can rest assured. I'm the one saying it. So it was written by Bushu Ben Keita, the legal advisor of the president. But I'm sure he knows that Supreme Court was not ruling on processes you should have taken. Supreme Court ruled on what the government, and not something they didn't do that they're supposed to have done. That's not what Supreme Court ruling on. We all know any human being that walks on earth has a pathway by which they can be removed. The president can be removed. There is a condition. The chief justice can be removed. There is a condition. The vice president, the minister, the sweeper, every human being on earth can be removed from the position. So the Supreme Court was not arguing if certain people can be removed or not. The Supreme Court was giving a ruling on the mess that we are seeing in our country, on the disregard for the law. So no matter how you want to turn it, this is the reality. But I want to have my two questions based on the issue from the entity you serve. I know you are a honorable man. I read a lot about you. I have not seen anything there that will cause me not to believe in things that you say. The former boss, who is now for asset recovery, Councillor Manting, was recently on this platform, and he said during his tenure, up to the time he left, you were there as well, the records proved that President Weah did not declare asset. Although evidence from there contradicted.
We want to finish with the tenure thing first, and you go to the hand. I want President Weah, man. But let's finish with our tenure Supreme Court ruling first, please.
I already square up the tenure issue. Okay, you want me to ask any position? Let me ask any position.
What's your when you detach yourself from it?
So they were forcing me to be here. Councillor Verdier, let me ask you. It is said that President Boyka has some 50 years of experience. Where would you really think? What was the motivation to violate the law? Is it that he didn't know of it, or it was just a complete disregard for whatever law is? And let me also remind you, he was the vice president when the law was passed. He signed as a vice president. It said that he didn't know what he signed or he forgot. What do you think? What's your own? What do you think?
I would say this. Look, that is why you have the courts and you have an institution like the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. The Supreme Court is very important when there's a conflict regarding individuals and interpretation of the law. Remember that you go back to elementary school, they tell you about the three branches of government. They tell you what the Supreme Court does. You know, the judiciary is supposed to interpret the law. And that's what happened. Even as lawyers everywhere, when documents are made, formulated, there can be multiple interpretations to writings, to laws, and how people see it. Sometimes laws are made to reflect an existing problem, and people give it different interpretations. Many times when there's conflict in law, we go back to the maker, the original actors, you know, who thought about the law and what was their thought process, you know. We go all the way there. But this is to say that sometimes our interpretation may differ on what the law is, and that's why you go to the Supreme Court. Maybe the president legal team and his advisor may have been reading the law differently or understand differently. I am giving you my legal understanding, comprehension of what the law is and what the law says. And I am very pleased that the Supreme Court ruling kind of coincide and aligned with what I have taught regarding the whole tenure position.
Yeah, thank you. And the last question, just very simple. I mean, how embarrassing will you describe the defeat to the government?
Well, look, again, I would say this. Whenever there's a conflict and disagreement, we go to the court, you know, and that's what we need to see. I don't think it's embarrassing to see that something has happened and has given us the confidence to believe in our court, to go to the court. I think they should give citizens a lot of assurances that, look, when you agree, there is still an institution, whether every other institution is not functioning, there is an institution that is here to protect your interests. So I don't see it as embarrassing to anybody. I see it as a good step for Liberia, for people to begin to understand that we can still have confidence in our courts of law. You know, when everything happens in the lower court and people are not satisfied, people talk about bribery, and we can be hopeful that when we get to remember the Supreme Court, they say after the Supreme Court then there's God. When we get to the Supreme Court, we can be assured that we have some fair hearing. I think this is what this ruling to me today exemplifies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler.
Thank you, CEO. Counselor, welcome. Good to see you, my friend. It's been a while. I always knew you were a smart man, but when you acknowledge your mother-in-law publicly today, you're a whole lot smarter, my friend. Very smarter than I thought. But good to see you. Thank you for being here. So I've been trying to find the criteria. I've been researching and scrambling when tenure was taking place. And you were on the ground, so maybe you can help us. So my first question is, was tenure tied also to autonomous? In other words, only autonomous agency or tenure, or every tenure agency is autonomous? That's my first question.
Thank you very much. That's a late. It sounds like a trick question.
No, it's not. I'm seeking information. Believe it or not, people are texting and asking questions too that I don't have answers to, but you may.
So those agencies of government that are considered autonomous are agencies that are removed from the direct control, care, and administration of the president and his cabinet. They are expected to deliver services in free, fair, and be very and exemplify integrity. Those kind of institutions, because there might be institutions that provide services for cross-sectional Liberian people and may go across. So they're not necessarily tenure position for them. Some of them are still controlled by the executive. They honor the executive branch institution. But from what I learned, because at the time these tenure positions were being created in Liberia, I used to be head of the Justice and Security Program at the United Nations Development Office. And so I had some huge responsibility to provide funding to ensure that these institutions were created, because there was a big pressure, huge pressure, monumental pressure coming to Madam Salif going forward in this process of recovery. This is what we need to do. And so this tenure thing came about so that people will have the security of service, so that they can be removed from the control of the executive, direct control of the executive and the legislative branch. So they thought to provide tenure for setting institutions that will be established so that they could exemplify professionalism and deliver what they need to do. And that's why these tenure positions were created, But I don't think after a while, I think everybody ran haywire with this tenure position and just started giving all kinds of institution tenure, which I think is wrong. Okay, so to have a tenure, you may not necessarily have a tenure position as an autonomous institution. Okay, but autonomous institution could have tenure. That is the thing, especially when you provide services that cuts across branches of government. You deliver a lot of critical services. And I would say, look, for example, GAC, the National Election Commission, the Independent National Commission for Human Rights, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, National Social Security Welfare Corporation, but they're playing with people money. The Central Bank of Liberia, PPCC that does procurement. These are, for me, these are the critical institutions that you should maintain tenure. These institutions, because LSCC is supposed to be investigating everybody in government. You can't have LSCC controlled by the executive marshal. You know what I'm saying? When I was head of LSCC, people used to ask me, why are you not coming to the public function and probably come to this? No, these people that I'm supposed to be interacting, if I come, these are people I'm supposed to investigate. So to give me the courage and latitude to investigate, I stay away from them. I don't interact with them, and that's what integrity institutions are supposed to do. But institutions like the Internal Audit Agency, why you want to ascribe tenure to that institution when they only report to the head of institution and to the president? Why do you want to ascribe tenure to that institution? The Financial Intelligence Agency, National Fisheries. Why you want to give to kind of tenure? EPA, and, the Labrador Telecommunication Authority. These are people that just perform specific job for, and they're controlled by one branch of government. Why you want to ascribe tenure to them? I think those are the kind of things that this government should be looking at and going back to the legislature. That is how we do in a country of law. We go back to the legislature, review these motions, and see how you can correct it.
All right, thank you, Councilor. That last part, go back to the legislature. There were a number of questions in the chat from our viewers, and they asked Dr. Buckler, where is the report? That is one of the reports. Go back to the legislature and revisit the law of tenure. Of course, the other thing you intimidate can be the background thing and have consultation. That always work if it's done well. So the second question, though, I have for you is this. So if the president at this point, right, decided to revisit, because you said something that caught my attention. You said these agencies are autonomous because they're not supervised by the executive. I think the tenure is intended to give them freedom so that they can do their job well, but they're still under authority. I just want to make sure we clear that. So people don't think, I'm tenured and I do what I want to do. The president is responsible for the entire executive branch of government, and action or inaction of people, it's his responsibility. So they have the freedom, they don't have to worry about their job, they can do their job well, but if they don't do their job, they're still accountable to the executive branch. Am I right, Council?
They stay accountable, but these institutions will tell you they are accountable not then to the executive and the legislature, but they cannot be removed arbitrarily. There has to be
there's stipulation. There's stipulation.
But they're still accountable. They're still accountable to the government. Some of them report to the executive branch. They honor the executive branch. They report to the executive branch, and others report to the legislature and the executive branch at the same time.
Okay. Would you consider the road fund as one of those agencies that need to be autonomous? I mean, not autonomous, but tenure. The road fund.
The road fund?
Yes, sir.
I'm not so confident with the law establishing the road fund, because I know before it used to be under the Ministry of Public Works. I don't know whether it's autonomous now, whether it's a separate. If it is, then I would think yes, the road fund needs to be. You need to get somebody there who will actually be accountable and who will exemplify integrity and professionalism, because I think the road fund has also been misutilized. People will make requests for funding, and to secure our roads, we need to make sure that those funds are there, every time. And that's too versed.
The road fund is on a contract for 5 years. We have the chairman, who is chairman for the board, is Roland Giddens from Public Work. Public Work chair the board. Also, you have the finance minister on the board and other folks.
So about administrative person.
It's CEO.
It's contract. It's contract.
It's contract. 5 years contract.
That's a little different from tenure. Yeah. Contract is stipulation. Tenure is
because of what happened. They said they were going to wait for the ruling today to make a determination, knowing very well the president had appointed Hensu Kazuru to that position, but he cannot take over pending this ruling because Josita Winton, who is the managing director or CEO, she still have but maybe 3 more years or 4 more years under her belt. So
okay, but going to a position and signing a contract of service is different from inheriting a position that which law grants you tenure. They're two different things.
Right.
They're not the same. So both of them are speaking of contractual relationship, but they're not the same.
That's a legal argument that the minister Roland Giddens is holding on to. Well, it's like tenure. But the folks now, the legal folks say no, it's not tenure, it's contract. So I think they will have to resolve it.
Yeah, if the law establishing the road fund doesn't say that the head of the road fund will serve his or her position for 5 years, it's different from the contract that's issued to you by the Ministry of Public Works. Yeah, those are two different things.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Let me bring in Mr. Jackson. Uncle Sam?
Counselor, my man, long time I see, my man. I see your beard, they're getting gray, bar.
My man, if people say I'm young, I won't let people know that I'm old.
Also, you want to show your age, yeah? Okay. Yeah, okay. Counselor, long time I haven't seen you. Okay, look, Counselor, one of the things that I see about this, and I just want you to react to, the whole thing about due process, right? Do you think the court basically said, look, if you want to remove these people, you remove them by cause, but there must be due process? Is that what this matter is? This the crux of the matter, due process?
Well, it's more than that, but due process is an underlining. You're speaking like a lawyer. It looks like your marriage is actually.
No, I also got 3 daughters. I got 3 daughters who are lawyers.
Yeah, but due process is a crux of the matter. It's just basically that these people, these positions are removed from those positions that serve at the will and pleasure of the president. There are certain positions where the president doesn't need any excuse, he doesn't need any reason. He can just remove you. You can go to bed tomorrow and say, I don't want you to be my finance minister, and just dismiss you, okay? Because you're in his kitchen cabinet. That's it. But what is saying that these other positions were created by law that you also signed, you can't come and arbitrarily just remove them. You must follow the procedures and processes laid down to remove these people. That's just it.
Okay. So the second question is a little bit political. I know you're not a politician. You're not a politician. You're a straight line lawyer. I met you the first time, I think it was at UNDP when you were working there, and I had this badge. It didn't have my picture on it. You said, my man, I gotta get one. I gotta get one badge for you to be wearing for you to bluff with. But anyway, look, the whole issue, as a Liberian, what do you think will happen? Do you think the government is going to go and follow the rules and regulations and do due process to get these people out? And what do you think it will look like if the government keeps harping on this? Wouldn't it seem like the government is mean-spirited and they're going after people like a witch hunt? Or you think the government should just let it go for now? What is your opinion on this matter?
Well, I think it depends on how critical the government see this issue. From where I sit, my advice would be take some time to study these institutions before trying to effect any change. 3 months, 2 months is just too quick. You're right. They're Liberians. They're entitled to do it, but everybody does not have that privilege to serve in government. Serving in government is a privilege. We have a right to serve, but it's a privilege to be called to serve. Okay, so people enjoy and people need to live up to the standard. But take your time and study these different institutions, so that when you adopt a position, it is grounded in law and is seen as, and it gives the government a human face.
Yes.
When you can gradually face people instead of just abruptly removing people.
Yeah.
I think it would be a better thing. Politically and legally would be a wise thing to do. That's what I would advise the government. Yeah. This does not eradicate all opportunity to address this fundamental issue. There are still a whole lot of opportunity to address them, but I think they should go back, sit down, resolve to approach it with a human face and with a legal thing in mind.
Thank you, Councillor.
Very much. Again, like I said, folks listen to you. They agree with you. Most of the folks that are following the show, those lawyers and lawmakers, do you think the president should execute his power by removing some of his advisors based on the advice given to him?
I will say this to you, Stanton. When you watch a lot of sports, be it soccer, basketball, whatever, a good coach does not act to effect change in the first 5 minutes of the game, because people need some time. I'm speaking to you also as a former athlete. People need some time to get adjusted, to get acclimatized into the game and the game situation. So the first 5 minutes of the game is not time to substitute. You want to give people the time to acclimatize so they can do some stuff. Okay. So in the beginning, there will be some mistakes. As soon as people get their bearing, get their traction, they may improve. You know, and I think this government is probably in the first 1 minute or 2 minutes of his game. So I think it's kind of early to do.
It's kind of early. Okay. So as per extension, though, now those names that were listed that did the lawsuit, would this go beyond those names? Because we never saw Emma Glasgow from Fishery and the rest of them. So are they covered also, though they never filed a lawsuit?
That is the thing. As a lawyer, I would say you gotta be careful on what question you submit to the Supreme Court to answer. But when the Supreme Court comes over a ruling, it becomes a law. You know, and people who were already disenchanted and agree, but did not seek. Now with this ruling, they're going to come. They might, if they choose. Those who left voluntarily, but there might be others who will say, "Oh, you know what? The Supreme Court has ruled this way. I'm going back to, to assume my position." They might.
Must they go back to the Supreme Court, or are they automatically covered by this ruling today?
Well, it depends on what they're going to be claiming, and maybe those who are responsible for their removal may not just honor their request to return, so they will have to return to the Supreme Court.
So they are still on the position. They are still holding their position. Like Fisher, Emma Glasgow, she wasn't removed, but the speculation that she will be removed.
The Supreme Court ruling covers certain institutions. They're listed in the suit. You know, they're listed. So those who want to be covered by it got to seek the ruling of the Supreme Court as well.
Okay, separately.
The Supreme Court doesn't go out to look for cases. So the reason why this case or these cases are originating in the Supreme Court because they are administrators of public institutions. So they originating straight in the Supreme Court. You know, having a preemptive right, prohibition, everything comes with the Supreme Court. So if somebody else find himself or herself in a solution like this, then you need to seek redress from the Supreme Court if they left their position already.
And they can benefit based on case law, because the Supreme Court already ruled. They can come back and say, "Hey, you said this," and so case law could work in that way.
That's what, but they will need to cite it, you know, if they've been prevented from. And then what you do is just go back to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can include it. But
so we don't want you to give free advice here because they got to pay you. But I'm Stanton, sitting in Office A. My position is tenure position for 5 years. Or I didn't sue the government because the government never appointed another person to take my position, right? What do I do? Should I preempt that the government want to replace me? I'm hearing it. Should I go to the Supreme Court, or should I wait that there must be an appointment by the government? Then I'll take it to the Supreme Court.
The question will be, did you vacate your position? If you did voluntarily, that's a different case. The second thing is that if nobody has been appointed to your position and you still serving, why will you go to the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court will ask you to show injury. You've not been injured.
Correct.
You keep your case out. You've not been injured. When you're injured, then you go for a redress.
So we are looking at a lot of over maybe 40 folks around that numbers that still holding on to the job, and equally so, another 40 individuals that should be coming into government cannot at this time. They will have to wait.
But you gotta understand too, Stanton and gentlemen, that the facts that were present in these cases that the Supreme Court just ruled on will have to be the similar facts for you to benefit from this decision. So some of the facts might be different. And so everybody will not benefit from this decision. The facts will have to be similar. If they're not, then the ruling might be different.
Why, help me understand, why is the ruling today different from Cloud Mountain? And why is the ruling today different from the Ladry individual doing George Weah Town? We have 3 different rulings now, though. Can you help me understand?
Then you got to bring me up to date with the ruling you're referring to.
The Cloud Edward Mountain, he was removed and they brought in the new LDCC. And you know, Councilor Mountain, he was removed. He went to the Supreme Court.
What did the Supreme Court say in Cloud Mountain's case?
Oh, you didn't follow the case?
No,
It was interesting to you. You came on Spoon Talk and you you defended the decision by the CDC government to establish a new LDCC, and Clark Edward Martin was removed. So I believe you followed the case.
No, I didn't. I came on Spoon Talk to say whether or not the new law that was passed by the CDC government, was a better law to the 2008 law. That's what I came on for. And I said, based on my review, my short review of the new law, I think it was 2021 law, it was much stronger. And that's the kind of law I was looking forward to having when I was at LACC. And I said it was a much stronger law than the 2008 law. I did not follow the Martin case, but if Martin were removed because there was the new law bringing in a new institution, LACC was revamped, Martin should not have been a victim of that law because that would be ex post facto law. We're not supposed to affect him. I didn't follow it and how the Supreme Court, I didn't follow it because I was busy with other things.
No, thank you. I respect that. Thank you very much. So I think we'll be moving to the LDCC and the condemnation that you public make new George Manawiya former president asset declaration. It was very important when we heard your name from the same folks at LDCC that you requested those documents. You wanted George Manawiya document. You heard the story. You were on another network. Can you now speak to Liberians who are your position on those accusations?
Thank you. The first thing is that I was a bit baffled and disturbed when I heard, that the current chairperson of the LACC, was pointing fingers at me as the person who leaked the document. And then reading some of the documents that he wrote, she was also referring to a transaction between me and the head of the asset declaration unit coordinator as a leak. I just don't understand that. I was head of LACC. I requested one of my staff to provide a document through official LACC communication. I don't understand how they refer to that as a leak. That was not a leak. So let me just give you the background. President Weah came to power in 2018, January. They were supposed to declare the asset prior to even taking office, or when they took office, we expected them to declare the asset within 1 or 2 weeks, a few days. That never happened until July, August of that year. And what happened is that President Weah and all those officials you're talking about, the 5 of them, did not declare the asset directly to LACC. The assets declaration were given to the General Auditing Commission. Of course, which is provided by law as well. The Auditing Commission is under the Code of Conduct, can receive asset declaration from members of the executive branch, or they could simultaneously give it to LACC. Because GSC was not really dealing with asset declaration and they were wondering how they were going to store those documents, GSC and LACC signed a memorandum of understanding that since the Code of Conduct has mandated you to receive asset declaration, when you receive them, just pass it on to LACC because we are also the institution designated to collect them. So we had that standing memorandum of understanding. When President Weah and his officials declared the asset to GSC, my officials at some point came to me and told me that, President Weah and so have declared the assets. I said, really? Oh, that's good news. Let's make progress. But where are they? He said, we're waiting to receive them. So when they received them, I asked for them. He said, sir, can you please send us the communication? So I sent an official communication requesting the asset declaration of these people. As head of the LACC, the executive chairperson is the CEO, the chief executive officer. The executive chairperson is the spokesperson. And the LACC law also said that no communication goes to LACC or through the office of the chairperson. So communication going into LACC and coming out has to go through the office of the chairperson. So I, as chairperson, was the man who needed to authenticate and verify that these people, these very important government officials, had declared their assets. So I asked them to send them to me. And they sent them to me electronically. Let me also say that at LSCC, we established a digital database. So we had a hard copy and a digitized copy as well in our database. So those declarations were sent to me as chairperson of the LSCC. They were not surreptitious, they were not malicious, but for me to verify that these people who have been said to declare the asset, the president and some of his officials, they actually declared their asset. And that was it. When I was leaving LSCC, I left LSCC with all of its property. I didn't leave it. So the second thing is that I left. I didn't have access to the asset declaration. How could I be leaking them? When I left LSCC, I'll tell you quite frankly, there were several requests from many people, including Radio France International. A lot of people were asking me for those documents. There were two things. One, I did not have them. I didn't have access to them. Two, if I did, I was barred by law from sharing them, since I left the institution. The LSCC law says a former official who leaves the LSCC cannot share any official document until after 3 years, of his or her departure. So I was barred from doing that. I didn't have access. So I found it very preposterous. I found it very disingenuous that Alexandra Zoe and her colleagues could be pointing finger at me as the person responsible for a leak when I didn't have access to the document.
So my question here is, and thank you, let's get into this conversation. My question here is, but you receive those asset declaration upon your request, correct?
Sure.
You are in possession of those asset declaration as of today?
No, I don't. Like I said, they were the property of LSCC. I left them right there.
Were you given hard copies?
No, they were all by emails, electronic copies were sent to me. I left them right there.
Did you leave when you mean email, did you leave your email in the office? You have access, you own your email address, right?
That's official. No, the very day I turned over, I lost access to those emails.
How so? You turned over and they deleted your name, deleted your password, deleted everything?
As soon as I turned over, they blocked me from accessing the LSCC email. I couldn't access the email anymore because I was not with the institution.
How long it took you since you put in your request, and how long you had those documents for prior to you turning over?
Oh, the request was granted within 24 hours, and that was somewhere around August of 2018. So I had them in my emails. Yeah, I had them up to the time I turned over.
How long was that? 1 year? 6 months? How long?
Short of 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah, short of 1 year. So say from August to from August to February was probably 7 months or 8 months.
Who all document you have possession of? Can you name them?
Who document? I don't have possession of anybody's document.
No, at the time, who all document you requested for? Just the president?
Oh, there were a lot of President Salif. There were a lot of officials. The documents came through my office. I had access to almost everybody's declaration.
Okay.
Except they were not persons of interest. You understand? But if you're a person of interest, listen to this thing. We are trying to make sure that government officials declare the asset. And the president, the vice president, the minister of finance, a minister of presidential affairs, Maria City Major, they declare the asset, and I would not know. I have to see that to verify it. And many other, the minister of finance, when he declared, the minister of public works, every major government official who declared asset have access to their declaration. Because I'm the chairperson. I had to know that they declared as I also reported on the percentage of government officials who are declared and the percentage who have not declared. And I also reported on branches of government, declaration based on the different branches, the executive, the legislature, and the judicial. How would I do that if I didn't have access to those documents? I had to have access to them.
So from 2018 to 2024, whosoever leaked the document, which radio station or network published the president document, I really don't know who did that, who published it, by the way. But they are saying from 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, almost 6 years. And they are blaming you that in 6 years you gave it out?
Yeah, I didn't share, I didn't leak the document when I was there. When I had access in 2018, 2019, I will wait until 2025 or 2024. to leak a document. But the important thing is I don't have access to this document. How will I leak it? And what would be my motive for leaking President George Weah asset declaration at this time if I had access to it? What would be the motive?
So my last question is, so the document that was leaked, what is out there now as a leaked George Manuel Weah asset declaration document? Are those the real document?
I don't have access to the document, so I can't compare it now, but they look from the one I saw in 2018 and the one I saw on your show that you did, I think they look legitimate.
Which program link it? Our show?
I saw it on Spoon. You shared it, isn't it?
No, I don't know. Maybe that's good.
Maybe you should be helping LSCC, to determine how that leak is.
People just ask me,
And let me just say this also: leakages at LSCC is not strange. During my tenure, I had to dismiss 2 or 3 persons for being associated with leakages. And that is why I believe that the LSCC guys, the LSCC folks, are actually hiding or concealing something. I think that leakage came from inside. And you are a very important person to speak to that because you got a document. But they hiding something.
But we can never disclose our sources, never ever. Yes, indeed, we share the document. But I really don't know. I woke up one morning, I saw it on my phone, and when I received it, all the document, like you, everything they black access to the document. I don't have it anymore. So just like your story will be my story. Let me bring in Al-Hassan Fadiga, and I will bring in Dr. Bufler Sam Johnson. Fadiga, on this asset declaration, we now have Councilor Verdier Jr. Talk to us.
Well, sir, you may not have shared those documents, but you just insinuated that they are actually authentic documents. This will be short, so I don't want it to be my main question. But do you think that those documents should be hidden from the public? Because the reason why I'm asking this question, there were so many things in that in his asset declaration that completely differ from what he presented when he was running as senator. And there are a lot of things that have us scratching our heads. And the only reason somebody will want to inflate their assets is because this man was president for the last 6 years. A lot of things with corruption went on. He came to power building 48 homes. He bulldozed his home on 9th Street. There was series of allegations on him acquiring properties around the country, which in no way would have commensurated with the assets that he declared when he ran for Senate and what we know him to have. So now we see there's a good reason why he would want to inflate his assets. Do you think it was wrong for whoever, whether they did it legally or not, whether it was wrong for them to share it? If we had known that back in 2018, probably would have said something.
I look when the law was being passed and was being promulgated, I'm on record because I was called in to serve as a resource person to advise the legislature on how the code of conduct should be drafted. And I'm on record to say that asset declaration should be made public. I don't understand why the lawmakers, and one person who was very vocal about that was Carlos Gray, because he was on that committee. And Carlos Gray was saying that, as a matter of fact, he said also to me that no way we're going to declare our assets to you, Councilor Verdier. You are LACC. I don't know what the reason, but the reason why people declare the asset, one, is to let the public know. Is the most important thing is the public interest. You're demonstrating to the public that I'm coming to public office with clean hands. These are the assets that I have acquired. So I'm going to publish them so the public knows. But the law was crafted in a way where it kind of constrained the public. It made it difficult for the public to have direct access. But that doesn't mean the public could not, because the law said that for anybody wanting the asset to have access to the asset declaration of public official, you file a petition to the court. and the court will listen to it, will read your petition and then grant it or not grant it. I also advise a lot of journalists to do that. Besides that, there are conflict with the two laws. The FOI, that's the Freedom of Information Act, states clearly that those records should be public record and they should be made available on demand, on request. But the act establishing the whole asset declaration thing, the LCC law says no. It says people should request. It should be as a result of a court order. So I only advise, there are a couple of people, Rodney C. and other people, I say, look, I understand, I don't agree with this law, but this is the law. So why don't you petition the court and let the court send us an order so that we can release these documents? Besides that, the court or no other law prevents anybody, any declarant, from publishing your own asset declaration. When I declare my asset, both times in my asset, I publish them. I know when President Salif declared her asset, she voluntarily published them as well. I think it's a big demonstration, of your belief in the system and letting the people know that you actually not coming to engage in anything. So I don't know why George Weah assets were being high. He should have, and I think I spoke to them before. So declare your asset, just publish it yourself. But they chose not to do it. And truly enough, those declarations that were made in 2018 by President Weah were a sharp difference from the one he made through the national election when you were running for Senate. Yeah, there was a sharp difference.
So will bring me to my second question. What can be done? Because true to what you just said, Newville, how to call this guy? Rufus Newville. He filed a petition several times with several other people and could not get it. So what's the need of having or declaring assets that will be secret, and we'll see what happened to the president? All of a sudden, boom, 6 years later, he came out with millions. Now he's a multi-millionaire. When when he ran for Senate, he didn't even have $1 million to his name. But let's leave that. What can be done about
let me just call it to a point. Declaring the asset doesn't mean it's actually very secret. When it's time for investigation, the asset how to be made available, whether by NCC or how to be made available. There's also a verification component, of those things. So when you're doing verification, those assets are also examined, so they're not truly secret, but it's just not open to the public, but to government institutions, they're available to government institutions trying to investigate them. Just a clarification.
There has to be an investigation before you guys verify, or it is done when?
No, it's part of NCC responsibility to verify when they receive them. It's part of NCC responsibility to verify them. But verification is another very rigorous process, and it takes a lot of finances, a lot of resources to travel to different places to ascertain different properties and all that kind of thing. We were just about to do that when my tenure expired. We are written President Weah and said that we are commencing the asset verification process, and it's going to start on this date. But the first set of assets we're going to verify will be your asset. So we told him that. So what President Weah did also was to send us a letter appointing Fonati Kofa as his lawyer through the verification process. So we're just about to do that with different, to bureaucracy, and then my tenure expired, I had to leave.
And nobody ever did it.
As a matter of fact, nobody ever declared since we left. I don't know what the law says, that government official, public officials should declare the asset every 3 years. Every 3 years, not just once. Every 3 years, you're supposed to declare your asset. And whenever there's an upward or downward movement in government, you change office, you change job, or you leave in government, you're supposed to declare your asset. I don't know whether anybody did that after we left.
Well, I'll just give it to Dr. Brube. I think that's all I have for now. Doc, go ahead.
All right, thank you for that. So I'll pick up right from where you left off. That was my first question for the council. What do you do when people declare the asset? And I think I hear you say you hold on to it until there's an investigation, or you just make it public. So if I declare my asset, right? Without declare your asset, what do you do when I declare my asset to your office? I know you're not in the office now, but I mean the LCC.
So when your assets are declared, it is the prerogative of the institution receiving them, in this case LACC, to receive them, store them, and conduct verification of those assets that you declare. The crux of the declaration process is the verification, because I'm sure you all know that there are people who under declare because they hiding something, and there are people who over declare because they intend to get something. So we need to verify that the declarations are made are true and genuine. That's a process that is supposed to. I don't recall whether anybody has done that, because it took us more than 1 year to get a piece of document to the executive branch for approval to have people verify their assets. We could not do that unilaterally because the legislature were charged for trying to make laws. So there was some stipulation that we needed to make sure we're right before we start asking people to let us go here and requesting documents. So it took us almost 1 year to get that thing through the executive branch, through the president's office. So we're just about to roll that out when we had to leave. But the verification process is the most important aspect of the asset declaration, to verify those assets as declared. So they just not declare so they can just sit on the table or sit on the cabinet and then dust off. They're supposed to be verified, but it's a tedious and rigorous process. It involves a lot of resources, and the government is not willing to put those kind of resources into the LACC to do those things.
Okay, so if people declare the asset, the main reason they're declaring the asset is so the public can know, as I come into this office, here is what I own. So in other places, like where we say when we declare asset, we do it to the press and we make it known to the whole public. So couldn't we do that in Liberia? Like you declare an asset, you make it public. Then your office do the investigation and try to verify. So if something is out of whack, you come back and tell the public, well, let's say you got 2 houses, but you got 1. Because if I pay you my thing and it take you years to do, I already the public know why I say I have my thing. It's a disservice to the public. And that's why I think the bureaucracy is killing our country. This thing, the fourth estate, as we move forward, I just want to say this. The fourth estate is going to be increasingly important. That's why I appreciate Spoon TV and others who are engaging in responsible journalism. The fourth estate will be increasingly important because everything in Liberia we think government is the solution. So we put it in the government office. The public don't know. If public say you come to run for office, you got 2 houses, tell the public now you got 2 houses. Some of the intel you need, Counselor, and I know you're not there anymore, but that agency need, what come from the people? Intelligence come from people. If I tell I got 2 houses, then I mean, he even got zing around because I know him from the time you were born. You see? But you get to the office and you burden your office. So I'm just thinking, on average, how long would it take you to verify 1 person?
It depends where the assets are available.
Okay.
Bank records, some people declare assets and their bank records are overseas. You need to get in touch with the banks. They have property overseas. We need to travel there to do appraisal. It depends where.
You need to travel there.
Oh yeah.
Like go to the bank.
Yeah, some of those assets you got to travel to verify them. The street number, the house itself.
You can do that one, or you can do that one over the bank.
Yeah, some of them you can do that, but there are a lot of other things where you need to travel and do that. But that was not stopping the team from verifying. What the team needed to do is to just initiate the verification process by going to the different assets and dealing with the ones that are there locally. That's how we drew up a schedule and we drew a set of laws, like regulations that will facilitate the asset verification. So, but it entails some travels, and
right. So nothing precluded you, though, your office from making it public. In other words, let's say you got 2 houses and 1 zingwa and 1 farm. Nothing precluded you by law from telling the public, this is what public got, or we're doing our work of verification. I mean, nothing.
No, that's a problem. We were precluded from disclosing what the asset declaration was. We were precluded by law. We couldn't do it.
Meaning your office?
Yes.
Meaning the LACC.
LACC could not publish it.
But
it doesn't mean that the LACC cannot do verification. But the LACC was banned from publishing, the content of asset declaration. You couldn't publish them.
Okay, but then the law defeats its purpose.
I think
law is reason.
I think it's
law
a
is
bad
reason.
law.
The reason is transparency and those kinds of things, and you're not telling the public, and now you're burdened with the responsibility to go research all this stuff. 4 year, 5 years, 6 years, 2 years, fire in the public.
So that's why the only way to get it considered and Dr. Booklet, the only way to get it is just to get it the best way we receive it and publish it. Like it's happening now before Uncle Sam come, and guess what? The president declared his assets, but it's not published. So President Waka said, well, I will declare it and I will make public my asset. Only some good folks, other people like DeLone, Hassan Berti, and some other good individuals, even Mo Ali, say, you know what? Yeah, it's it. This is me. So if we get it, we'll publish it. And I'm telling all Liberians everywhere, find it. Call me. Let's negotiate. And we'll publish it. You know,
and that's how it should be. That's really how it should be.
This will stop what we so believe that the president declares as he waited for 6 years. When he leaves office, you know, so we'll publish everything. But Uncle Sam, please talk to us.
Yeah, okay. Councilor Verdier, there was a instance here when Councilor Clark Martin came and he said categorically that they during his term, and in fact, he categorically said, I don't know that the President had not declared his asset at all. It was a categorical statement. So I want you to basically tell me, how do you think Councilor Martin could have made that statement when he was chair of LSCC? Was that the document were not passed on to him, or was he asleep at the wheels, or what could be the circumstances that could have, prevented my good friend Clark Martin from knowing that President Weah declared his asset and it was given through to the LSCC, to the GA, to the GAC?
Sam, I am dumbfounded with such a statement coming from Councilor Clark Martin. I cannot fathom any situation or scenario where the head of an institution responsible for collecting and superintending asset declaration does not know whether or not the president has declared his asset. I can't fathom it. I think it gives a negative impression of Councilor Clark Martin in terms of leadership. I just can't understand it. I don't know any scenario where you're not supposed to, as head of an institution, you were supposed to verify or authenticate that all of those officials have declared their asset. For him to say that he did not see it and didn't know what a person we had declared his asset, I found that very troubling.
So let me ask you, second, the part B to that question. Do you think it could have been malicious?
I don't know what it is. I don't know. I just don't understand. I just don't believe he didn't know that. Because I can't see a phantom any scenario where the head of LSCC doesn't know the president of the republic has declared his asset. I just can't fathom that.
Okay, so
can I interrupt you, Uncle Sam? Did he say he didn't know, or he said that it wasn't declared?
He said it was never declared. He said the president never declared his asset.
While he was there, the president didn't declare his asset.
He didn't say why he was there. He said categorically that President Weah had never declared his asset. That's what he said. Categorically, that's what he said.
And I remember he said he had not seen a copy of President Weah's declaration.
Right.
So maybe he did not request it, or he just didn't want to know. But as head of LSCC, as head of the LSCC, you get to the position and get the power. You want to know who all declared that. As the first thing is, I left a comprehensive list of all government officials who declared up to 2019 when I was leaving. There's a comprehensive list. So how can anybody be a leader and say you don't know what this person has declared? So there's already a list compiled before you came. So all you are doing is ask for the list, and you will see all of those who are declared. And they did. When they declared, the date and where they declared, everything was on that list. That's an LSCC property. So Clark Martin is a junior colleague of mine, but I don't understand why he placed himself in that situation with those utterances. Those are very embarrassing utterances.
Thank you very much. Okay, so My second question
did you just say he's your junior colleague? How so?
Of course, he's a junior colleague. I've been practicing law long before Clamati.
Okay.
Just because Jimmy has some in me that he made acclimating all of the
Do you know? Do you know also that the current chairperson Alexander Zoe is my former student in law school?
Ah.
Yeah, my former student.
Yeah. Okay. So counselor, this whole thing about asset declaration and corruption, it really, and being for us non-lawyers, you talk about people under declaring, over declaring, and so if you were to go to craft a law, what would be the optimum law as far as asset declaration and publication and the scrutiny of that? What would you write in that law to make it a very robust law?
I would insert that every asset declaration, when declared, becomes a property of government, public property, and they can be made available to the public on demand, on request. That's one. Two, that every public official who accepts a position in government will relinquish the right against self-incrimination, meaning you subject yourself to lifestyle audit. Because this is something that also inhibits the white-collar crime investigation. One major place of corruption in Liberia is procurement. And if parties involved in procurement processes are not forthcoming with information, it's difficult to follow, especially with business people. They will make quotations, but they still give kickbacks. But they give kickbacks after the money has passed, has changed hands. And so you see public officials whose lifestyles are kind of different and not commensurate. They're not compatible with their income. How do you investigate these people? How do you question them? Our constitution provides a right against self-incrimination. So public officials will say, oh, okay, I got this car. I bought this car in 2013. So what? If you can accuse me, you show me where I got the money from. You should show me. If you adopt a kind of lifestyle audit law, the onus and the responsibility passes on to the person who is accused. You have to show how you got that car. So if I were drafting a law, those are the elements I'm going to put in there. That every asset declared becomes a public, document, and the institution receiving it can publish them based on, their own determination of when requested by the public, they can be published.
Let me ask you another quick question. So, have you delved into the constitutionality of somebody surrendering their I think in America would be the Fifth Amendment or something? Am I correct?
No, it's not the Fifth. It's something like the right against self-incrimination. Probably the Fifth. Yeah, the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah. So have you delved into that in terms of the constitutionality of that with the Liberian Constitution?
I've done that. That applies to common citizen alike. But when you're accepting a position in government, that is my perspective. If you are accepting a position in government, that's a privilege. Since you want to benefit from that privilege, we ask you to surrender that right against self-incrimination when you are asked about when investigating white-collar crime. It's not going to be general. It's that when you agree to surrender your right against self-incrimination when you are accused of corruption, And so in that instance, when you're asked, how did you acquire this car? You'll be under responsibility to tell how I got that car or how I built that house in 2 months. They say that's how you protect public property and public resources as well.
Thank you. Now welcome, Glennie. Glennie, welcome to the show. But let me ask you, Counselor, talk to us about what you have seen so far on this asset declaration team.
You mean the asset recovery team?
Asset recovery team, yes, sir.
Thank you. This is my opinion. I think when you have a new government, there's always good reason to reduce the size of government. There's always reason to make sure government resources are maximized, using different leverages to make sure you get the benefit, of scarce resources. I believe that the government who have actually, instead of setting up an asset recovery task force, as they call it, who have used the LACC, because the LACC has an asset unit. And in that unit, there's also a team there to do asset recovery under the LACC. I think the LACC should have been empowered. They should have been emboldened with some resources to do the asset recovery. That would be the job of LACC and other institutions. Instead of creating a separate task force that is not demanding, I think, $10 million or something to make sure they can work and do that, So that is my taking from there. I think the government is underutilizing its own agencies. And then the government is also establishing rival institutions. You don't do that in government. You can't establish rival institutions. All institutions are supposed to be aligned. You have the GAC, you have the LACC to do that, you have FIU and all and the Financial Intelligence Agency. These are all evidence gathering institutions. You don't need a separate asset recovery team outside of government in the office of the president. If the president takes this serious, he could designate a liaison from his office to work with LACC on the issue of asset recovery, GAC and GSA. You know what I'm saying? The government to do that. I don't think the asset recovery team is a strategic and economic move at this point in time.
Are you looking out for? Do you think they're going to be successful though? Lawmakers are frowning upon them. They're saying, "Listen, I don't think we're going to give you guys money. Y'all have actually messed up from the get-go, stopping all the taxis, the pen, and all the riders on the street, making fun of the whole process. Yeah, we are. And, the Supreme Court said gave gracious ride cars back to them, gave Patrick Suduka back to him. The whole thing have gone quiet." And now you are making a very strong argument. Empower LDCC and GSC, and that should have been enough. So are you at the end of the tunnel, will there be any success? Yeah.
I think it depends on the buy-in. I think the lawmakers should support the process. I think the establishment of the task force was not very strategic, but that doesn't mean it can be supported so it can work. I think the lawmakers should begin reducing their own salaries and the benefits they receive and putting it to other places. That's what they should concentrate on. I think that would be better. But it can succeed. There is a very important reason to do that. Look, I was in government when there was a turnover, and I know and saw how many people were making away with government property. There's a need to retrieve with the property because it just imposes a huge burden on the government to change vehicles, change other things every now and then. It's true. I was just saying that the instrument that was established to do this should have just been embedded in the LACC and working along with GSA and GSC, they could be able to do that. But I think it's a process that can succeed if it's sustained, and we should find a way to sustain it. The action by the Supreme Court, the justice in Chambers at the time, I think he was wrong. I did a Facebook page, post about it. It was wrong to put a halt to the entire exercise because in law, people who don't come to court, you don't grant relief. If you don't come to court, they don't come to you. So that relief should have been granted to gracious rider, instead of just halting the entire exercise. Because some people who property were seized, they were seized legitimately because they were not owners of the property and they didn't make no call, they didn't complain. But I think the Supreme Court went back and lifted it. So the task force should be working. So maybe what they're doing now is that they in a planning process, putting their act together to make sure that they don't offend other people and they do everything according to law this time. So I don't think they're there. I think if the process is sustained, we'll be successful.
Can I ask a question, please?
Let's do the round table, Uncle Sam. Let's go to Al Hussein. We'll bring in Sis Glendy, Dr. Bukle, then you can come in, please. Go ahead, Al Hussein.
Sir, one of the things that I keep hearing is about the GAC. A lot of institutions requested audit before the WIA administration left power. Now, most of the individuals or the citizens that supported the rescue mission have been asking for audit. Can the president, I know they made a first mistake with the same asset recovery, which was in the same realm of audit. Can the president ask an external firm, either outside the country or create one, to audit these same institution just in case they don't trust whatever audit was done by the GAC or those or integrity institution, or should he use those same institutions to re-audit? I don't know how to do it, but most people want an audit of the past administration, and that's don't seem to be happening now because a lot of those guys that I talked to, even at Carol's Great, he said he found most of those agencies have been audited already, so they cannot go back to audit them.
The public financial management law requires that every government institution, that includes every institution within the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, to be audited annually. Once they receive government resources, and the institution that receive and expends government resources is supposed to be audited. Now the issue is how often can they do that? You know that, and then there's the law also says GAC is the supreme audit agency of government. You cannot leave GAC and just run to an outside institution and come and do audit. GAC will actually have to demonstrate that their own incapacity or to request additional support, you know, to do this. And I think that can be done. GAC has partnered with Kenya before. I know when I was in Liberia. GAC partnered with the Kenya audit agency, and they came to Liberia and conducted audit. So they can do that, assist GAC. But GAC has to be the primary institution that conducts those audits. Besides that, GAC, when conducting an audit institution, or has several of them, they always request funding. It's not just a regular general. You have to get an extra funding because they embed their staff into those agencies for a long period of time. So they go through a lot of stuff. The government can fund it, you know, so they can do that. But being audited in 2002 or 2023 doesn't stop you from being audited in 2024. You know, government institutions are audited every year, every time they should be, you know. And so when it's expedient, GAC identifies certain institutions because maybe of the training issue, the allegation of corruption. There's a huge spending on accounting for. They go into the institution and conduct, you know, forensic auditing and then come out with the result.
So another thing, my next question would be, do you trust the integrity of those integrity institutions? Should we trust it? Because this is what I have found out in Liberia, right? That corruption is like an organized crime. It takes more than one person to actually engage in corruption. What I have seen, it goes through multiple stages, and multiple layers, and multiple individuals. And I don't know. Some people question the integrity of some of these institutions. I don't have proof, but you serve in one. Do you believe that the public can actually trust those institutions and that they are free from manipulation or corruption?
I know that in my institution during my tenure came under a lot of criticism, you know, and when people don't know you, they don't know your personality, your integrity. From a distance, they question a lot of stuff. It is our responsibility to trust this institution until they prove themselves otherwise. You know, all the different individuals who are managing this institution until they prove themselves otherwise. But when the integrity institution are established and people are appointed, the public has a lot of expectation. What the public doesn't take into consideration are the different ramifications in terms of investigation, in terms of prosecuting, they don't know what happens in the background. But it is this institution's responsibility to make sure that they bring this thing to light. You know, so I don't know how many institutions they refer to now as integrity institutions, because there's some of them don't have integrity. I understand that, but there are a few institutions who have some very critical role. And those are institutions in terms of tenure, I would always support and say, these are the institutions you should give tenure to because they have a huge responsibility of making sure that their course of conduct, will cut across all sections of Liberia, all branches of government, and they have to have that security that they're not just going to be removed when they start delving into these kind of things. So it's a tough thing. I think as soon as these institutions start to deliver, they start to do something dramatic that the public wants, then people start believing in them again. You know, I know one time.
So what should we be looking at? What should the public be looking at? Can we hold them accountable?
It depends on which institution you're talking about. For example, you're talking
GSC or
GSC conducts. Look, the GSC does a wonderful job. She conducts audit. The only thing is that the audit reports are not published. You know, as soon as they done, they send to the legislature and send to the executive mansion. I think after 3 or 4 weeks, they're available on their website. So the GSC does a wonderful job. That's one institution that has been. GSC has done so many audits. When I was at LSCC, a lot of our investigation, you know, came from GSC audit. GSC does a wonderful audit. So I think people should be happy with the work that GSC does. If you talk about LSCC has, since I left, I would say I don't recall any significant or very important or landmark case that the LSCC has handled. I don't know how much investigation that they're doing right now. Those are things when we were there, we tried to put up because we knew how suspicious, how circumspect we were, you know, to the public. So we try to make things available. There were news press conferences to say these are the people we investigated. There were press conferences to say these are the cases that we have won. These are the cases that we have not won. You know, and LSCC is supposed to make quarterly report to the national legislature. So she does that into the executive mansion. So those kind of things should be made available so that the public see what the institution is doing. If they don't see it, then they don't understand. They really don't understand what they're doing. I think they need to improve in that department. But when the LSCC was established as a result of a critical ailment that bedeviled our society. And unfortunately, they're not going to trust again because they still see huge acts of corruption stay available. That is the thing. Who are we sending to jail? You know, and another important thing is that, look, one of my disappointments with our LSCC, we prosecuted Senator Milton Tierney successfully. The press also is choosing what to publicize and what not to. And for certain people that they don't want to talk about it, they don't want to do that. We wrote a legislation, the Senate, with a copy of the judgment, say this man has been convicted of economic crimes against Liberia. This is a ground for you to remove him from the Senate. Do you know that Senate will vanish him and all of them never acted? And they say they committed a fighting corruption. When somebody was convicted for economic crimes, for corruption, when he was assigned a superintendent, they never remove him. You know, so these are the kind of the problems that we're having. The public will have to buy in to these different institutions, and for the public to buy in, your work have to be known, and they got to see it.
Dr. Brooks, I think, yeah.
No, it's Glenny.
Oh, Glenny.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Hi, Councilor Verdier. How are you?
How you doing, my sister, my dear sister? It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a privilege to be on here with you. Such a I appreciate lawyers, and I appreciate your expertise. So I was running late. I said I got to be on this show today. I want to be here. So I'm glad that I made it to be able to ask you questions. I listened on my drive here. My first question is, what do we expect to see from you in the boycott government? A man of your caliber should not just be in hiding. What should we expect? If they offer you a position, should we expect that you're going to take it? Should we expect to see you in the private sector? Should we expect to see you back in Liberia? What do we expect to see from you?
You're very kind, Glenny, you know, and I have to mention the fact that your late dad and myself were very good friends. There's somebody who I also have a lot of respect for, because we work together, you know, in creating and sustaining the public defense program at the judiciary. You know, Gedeh and myself have very good relationship at the time. So
thank you.
I want to say thank you for allowing us to share with your dad, you know, into his passing. So may his soul continue to rest in peace. I was just in Liberia quite recently. That's when I saw I was seeing Fadiga. I had gone there to bury my cousin and to also explore the possibilities along with my brother and I reopening our firm. So that is on the table. We're looking at that, and we're making some plans to do that. And hopefully, when that happens, we will return and contribute our quota, first through our private practice and other things that we're going to do. We were born to be social justice advocate, and we remain that. Whether we're governor or not. I can't, as an advocate of the law and as a citizen of Liberia, I can't say no when an opportunity is extended me to work, for the people of Liberia. But it depends on what the opportunity is. I can tell you that I am not that person who just say yes and accept anything, And so it depends what that opportunity is. If that opportunity matches what I'm looking forward to doing in terms of supporting Liberian people, I will be available, but when that time comes, we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you mentioned your brother, because two of you are from two different spectrums of our Liberian community. As we look at the law and what you all are involved in, I want to ask you a specific question tonight. When you hear criticisms about your brother as it relates to TRC, what comes to mind? How do you react to those criticisms when they talk about your brother and the work that he's doing?
Yeah, sometimes it's tough. When you look at public officials, those of us who know them personally will have different reaction, And my brother is somebody who my brother is immediately after me. We never lived with nobody. We grew up from our baby childhood all the way to becoming lawyers. We live
so you mean you older than he? I can't put you in trouble, yo.
Jerome is my younger brother.
Okay.
So he's somebody I know very well. Yes, Jerome also wears two different caps when he's on the shoulder and everything. He wears a cap of an advocate, just a human rights advocate, and then he wears a cap of a lawyer. And my thing I've been to him, you got to wear both of those caps when you're interacting. You got to know. But he's doing a wonderful job. He has alerted the public on a lot of things. He's been campaigning to make sure the report of the TRC remains alive and can be implemented and executed. He's doing a wonderful job. I just think sometimes when people criticize him, people criticize you when they don't know you and they're not on the side. People always find a reason to be critical of somebody when you knock at their door, when you hit their doorsteps, So when things are not favorable, then there are a lot of criticism. But as all those criticisms genuine, legitimate, sometimes as a public official, you gotta be able to absorb those criticisms, and then align, and recalibrate your life and understand that they should make you, tougher. So I know Jerome I have received a lot of criticism myself, But when you hear it from business, some of the criticism, that's the thing. Some of the criticism comments that will say, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't know nothing. He doesn't know," and those are troubling, But I think criticisms are also important to remind us of where we're coming from and what's the task ahead, So for me, I'm a very good receiver of criticism. I receive it. I absorb it. I don't necessarily have to do what they ask me to do, but it helps you re-examine yourself and make you a better person professionally and individually.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, I think.
So,
it's Dr. Bumper's turn. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Bumper.
All right, thank you. So, Counselor, again, I appreciate you and your time with us tonight. Very enlightening that you share with us. I'm one of those who, and I'm a proponent for a small government. And I think in Liberia we have big government, too big a government, and too small productivity, too small output. I want to ask you, because the LCC, Anti-Corruption Commission, is supposed to minimize reform, right? Help stem out corruption. The system though that we're using, the centralized system, makes it so difficult. From listening to you now, it sounds like what you were doing was mainly trying to cure as opposed to prevent corruption, because either because of legislative restrictions or resource limitations, those kinds of things. So let me ask you, when you were there, what would you say were your greatest success in that important agency, and what was your greatest challenge? The greatest success and the greatest obstacle for
Thank you. I do agree with the basis of your question, the foundation you laid in terms of small government, being more productive, be more resourceful, and that's something we struggle with in our public office. We create more positions that take away scarce resources and have sometimes misdirected. And then we have a whole lot of duplication of functions, and when you do that, you create rival institutions doing the same thing. I don't see how profitable it is. I don't see how it works for Liberia for having GAC and having the IAA. I don't see what it is. But IAA, the Internal Audit Agency, the audit is just for the institution, and GAC does the same audit. So what we used to do with GAC is that if we spotted somewhere we want to investigate, we allow GAC to go in there and conduct the audit, and then we use that audit to investigate. I think we need to optimize these kind of opportunities. At the LSCC, when I went there, I thought a lot I could achieve under my leadership, a lot that we could achieve with my leadership. But later on, I found out that internally, the government as an institution was also against itself. The infighting, the backstabbing, the stranglehold, the scaffolders in government against its own institution was really an issue, and I was really surprised. So where I succeeded, or we succeeded, public education, awareness. We engaged in massive awareness campaign. I think we brought a lot in terms of enlightenment, of corruption to the public. We also succeeded in letting people know that when you're serving in government, the only person who cannot be investigated and prosecuted for corruption while they're serving is the president of the republic. I think we made some very big statements when we arrested representatives, sitting representatives, we arrested them, and people didn't think. Up to the time I went to the LSCC had not conducted one arrest because they didn't think that they had the power to arrest. So when I got there, we started arresting people because we saw in the LSCC law, there's a provision that I provided that the chief of investigation at the LSCC is a police officer. So the role of a police officer is to institute peace, is to arrest, and to make sure that he brings people to justice. So we use that law to arrest people. We arrested a sitting lawmaker, we prosecuted them, we arrested several other persons who people thought we could not arrest. And then when we did that, the police and other people started to cooperate with us in terms of holding people, in detention until they can be investigated. So
Councilor, so you had your own force, or you just utilized the national police? You said you arrested.
We utilized the national police force, but we also had investigators who had badges and who had handcuffs. They were identified themselves as LSCC investigator, and they will arrest you and take you, to detention until we process you and that kind of thing. So I think that was a good success. We succeeded too in several cases. We were able to return some resources back to government. I remember the Japanese case with the Ministry of Commerce. After and son had to return a huge amount of money back to government because when we investigated them and found out that they were in the wrong. We investigated some cases involving some other official who took money from LTA and they returned them. We investigated and prosecuted successfully a sitting senator who was prosecuted successfully and found guilty. So there were some successes. Our failure that we just didn't prosecute as much persons as we did. One of my biggest failure I experienced, a setback was not a failure per se, it was a setback, was that I met a case on the national, on local already, on the decks. in LACC. And that case had incredible evidence. The pieces of evidence were so strong. So I asked my colleagues to pick it up and look at it, we review it, and so let's take this to court. For this case, GSC had conducted this audit like more than 5 years before I got there. So when we took this matter to court, the board of Nuka, they were all found guilty for in-house, they were not found guilty, but they were actually accused of in-house lending, misapplication of resources and all of that. These people were set free in court because their lawyer just argued statute of limitation, that the report upon which we're prosecuting them, that report was made available about 6 years before we got there. And the statute of limitation ran for 5 years. And on that basis, that case was dismissed. And that was a major setback. So I would say that we've not been able to prosecute as much person as accused of corruption. LACC needs to do that, need to prosecute more people. Now, the current LACC has the power to prosecute directly. When we were there, we could not prosecute directly. And that's where one of our biggest regrets came, because when we investigated, we had to submit a report to the Minister of Justice. And Minister of Justice, under the law, could hold that report for 3 months with no action. And after 3 months, then we were able to retrieve the report and try to prosecute. But most instances, when we did that, all of those who were planning to prosecute had left the country. They kind of absconded, so we couldn't prosecute them. So right now, the law is LACC can arrest and prosecute directly without going to the Ministry of Justice. So I think this LACC has a lot of tools that they can do some work with, and they should be able to do that so that people start to see some results.
Okay, thank you. So my final question, you have mentioned when you spoke about
question yet, Dr. Bobler, you put three in one.
No, I asked one question to you. I asked one question. I beg you. My final question to the counselor. What happened to the counselor?
I see that in the back.
I'm here.
Okay, there he is. Okay, so my final question to you is this, right? You have mentioned that the GSC is one of the very effective agencies, and we call that, I guess, integrity agencies, actually they do good work. But you said when they do their work, they take their report to the legislature and to the president. And I notice time and time again, the people are always at the tail end. But when you juxtapose that with developed society, the people are on the front end. In other words, as soon as people find out something, they let the public know, then they let the other people know. Because the public, obviously, government is designed to serve us, right? And enhance our welfare. So I'm asking you this question because you're a lawyer, understand the law, and then also as an advocate. Do you think moving forward that our laws should be more people-oriented? In other words, geared toward involving the people. Because if I do a report, for example, at the GSC, then send it to the lawmaker, then send it to the president, there's so much opportunity for all kinds of things to happen. If the GSC does its job, why can't just report that the people know, then pass it to the other agency? So now we all know, and when people come back with information, we can compare and contrast our notes. Do you, as a lawyer and advocate, would you push for more laws in that direction that makes it easier for the people to be in the know?
I can't help but to agree with you. I do agree with you that the laws should be made to serve the public interest. Where it does not serve public interest, then it's not necessarily a good law. You recall that John Model, when he was GSC executive chairperson, was hastily publishing other reports without even submitting them to the executive mansion. He ran into problems with that because that's not what the law requires. So all of these laws, the GSC law, are supposed to be retuned, revisited, and see how they can, these laws can address this growing public interest in knowing how government is running. It's an important thing because the resources that you're there for the people. They need to know. The whole issue of open government, Liberian government has adopted that practice before, but I don't know whether they're doing it. The open governance system where information should flow to the people. There has to be a way. And I think also that is why you're having so much leakages from government institutions, because these institutions are not forthcoming with information. So people find other ways to get them out. You know, I don't agree with some of the communication that people are leaking out, the simple communication, you know, there's something has to be done about that. But government needs to find a way where it makes the people a priority in terms of information dissemination. I think that reduces a lot of suspicion, you know, and it reduces the suspicion that they have in the public office. If you can provide information, even without them asking, you have a regular place where you can, if GSC conducts audit and then places the audit report on their website, anybody can go to their website and access it. I don't see why it has to be there 4 months down the line before, you know, and that's when the executive mansion has reviewed it, the legislature has reviewed it, have the public accounting in the legislature that will conduct their own. I think that's just a waste of time, you know, but the government of Liberia for a long time has operated in a lot of secrecy, you know, and that is why bad governance is always there. So I don't care who the president is. We always had the issue of bad governance. I think the more open the government becomes, the better it is for us, and the suspicion is reduced.
Thank you, Councilor. And CEO, I don't want to say quickly that baby, that handsome baby you just brought, he just stole the show, man. Yeah, that baby, you got like that still show.
Listen, with home alone, here myself, I mean, I'm going to excuse myself because I think you guys doing extremely well. So, someone can take charge. I mean, it's after 11. But you guys can continue, Glendy. Let me excuse myself because I really got a babysit. Okay. It's good seeing you guys, Verdier, and I hope that we can see you again, man. It's good seeing you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Okay, Councilor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to talk to you about this asset recovery, and my opinion is that was a lot of juvenile behavior, unprofessional behavior, unorthodox behavior. In fact, I would say behavior that is unbecoming, I mean, any real organized civil society, you know, where you, first of all, I mean, the composition of the team, about 25 political activists, radicals, left, right, center, people with no experience in law, forensic auditing, people with no investigatory thing. So, I mean, why do you think President Boyka decided to organize such a mishmash? And I said Grunau one time, but it was just basically being facetious. But to put this hodgepodge of people with no real critical skills in investigation, discovery, and, you know, why do you think he did that?
I will have to transport myself into the president's psyche.
Okay.
You know, and that's very difficult for me to do at this point. You know, I don't know what they were thinking. I can only surmise that their thought process was legitimate and genuine to help Liberia and to create a team, you know, that would actually deliver on the task. You know, but it's one thing to have an intention of putting together a team that will deliver, and that team actually being capacitated or competent to deliver. You know, so in this situation, I personally think the team itself is just too large. I believe that if I had opportunity to advise President Barker, I would have said, one, embed this team into LACC. One, the first scenario. Two, if not, is a special task force, then appoint 2 or 3 persons and let them recruit the technocrats, you know, to do auditors, investigators, to do this kind of thing. And don't make it so large, because you want to recruit money, you're looking for money, but you don't have that money to spend on salaries and other kind for all these people. So a small team could actually do the work, you know. That would be my advice. But again, like I said, are not privy to the conditionalities associated with establishing, the tax force. So let's see what happens. Maybe there might be a time for them to correct it, and somebody see to recalibrate, and correct it, and see. Or maybe they might just be very productive. I want us to get an opportunity, to do that.
Yeah, look, okay. I hope my uncle was my auntie, but I mean I think that horse has left the barn already. But look, let me ask you another substantive question. Statute of limitation. I mean, the asset recovery task force has been very clear in terms of the timeline. Okay, they say they're going to go after things 2018 forward because of something in law you lawyers call statute of limitation. And I just want to know, Counselor, what does Liberian law say about when does the clock start ticking on the statute of limitation? Is it when the act was committed or when the act was discovered?
It's a good question. The statute of limitation is just a law. It's a clause that provides that when a crime becomes known, any conduct that is designated as a criminal conduct, when it becomes known, you have that period to institute an action. If you fail to do that within 5 years, then you are barred from bringing the action. That's just in a criminal law. It doesn't run with civil law. It runs with criminal law. Okay, so the statute of limitation runs from the time the act was discovered as a criminal conduct. So if something happened in 2004, say Asset Doe was involved in theft, and he stole $250,000 in 2004, but nobody got to know about it until last year. Asset Doe cannot come and say you are barred from suing me because the statute of limitation. No. The statute of limitation runs from the time the conduct has been brought to our knowledge. Okay? So, if that answers the question.
So, Counselor,
can we come over time?
Let me finish, I beg you. So you basically clarifying that this whole asset recovery thing is a witch hunt. It's nothing but a witch hunt. There's nothing in Liberian law that says that it must end or begin at 2018. So this is a malicious effort. Let me just finish, Counselor. I mean, I'm saying my opinion now. This is my political opinion. I speak as a politician, a political economist. Okay, that this is a malicious attempt to shield Unity Party officials.
Are you talking words and Councilor Verdier?
No, I said this is my opinion. This is my opinion.
But it's not your opinion. We want to ask questions.
No, my opinion. I mean, I will end on my opinion, Stanton. I don't care what you do. Go back and baby say your son, your grandson.
Oh, thank God his mom took him, but we got to.
So it's a malicious attempt to shield Unity Party officials from misconduct, criminal transgressions, egregious transgressions. 66 out of 68 concession agreements were deemed fraudulent. Big Boy 1, Big Boy 2, all of those egregious transgressions. And then you're going to say that only so corruption began in 2018 in Liberia. I would just end on that note. This is a sad day for Liberia. So for a learned counselor to come and say, and I to opine that the asset recovery is a malicious effort to shield Unity Party officials from official misconduct. Thank you very much, Counselor.
Also, Counselor, please. And I also ask a question before you even respond to his opinion. I don't
but
think.
Why is it fresh? Let me just make a comment. Why is it fresh? I just provided an insight into what the law is. That insight in no way said or insinuated.
No, it's my opinion. My opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm clarifying. I'm not saying that I did not say it was malicious. I don't know what the act is that you're referring to as being malicious. Because
the fact that the asset recovery is saying that they're going to start at 2018 because the statute of limitation prevents them from going, backwards. That's what they said. That's what the Unity Party. That what Alpha.
That was not what he said, though. From the time it was discovered.
Yeah, well, it was discovered. Yes. So if
refused
to discover, he can investigate. He can investigate Unity Party officials.
You are hijacking the show again.
I'm not hijacking the show.
So for the purpose of discovery, official, especially a criminal investigation, can go back as far as possible when somebody has been accused of something and still investigate. So I don't think that is appropriate for any official to just say, I can't investigate something that happened in 2017 because statute of limitation run. No, the statute of limitation doesn't run until it is brought to light that this act actually happened. And basically that's a professional opinion that I'm giving you, a professional input I'm giving you. The statute of limitation will run after it is discovered. If it hasn't been discovered, then it doesn't apply. Statute of limitation doesn't apply.
So thank you very much again. But you can also tell us before I say, I beg you, only one question I'm going to ask you, Councillor. You can also tell us, CDC who have done the same thing, if they were serious government, they should have done exactly what we are talking about. They brought into place after declaration team, the brought in Councillor of Seaforth, the brought in Arthur Johnson, and later on the president had a whole 360 and he flip-flopped on the issue. Why blame this government? Knowing very well you had an opportunity and you blew it. Can you speak to that, though?
Look, I don't understand. I don't understand why the CDC government did not really investigate the Ellen Johnson government. I don't understand why they didn't do that. There are other people who have told me, and I'll just mention what they said. I think they said the Liberian dollar money, the container of money was very attractive to the guys and they didn't want to. But every government, on its outset, should initiate something like that just to understand, because in the very beginning, there were also the same conflict about how much was left into a government coffers. I think that alone should have led to an imminent audit. Especially the administration that was there for 12 years. Sure, audited. I don't know why.
But they already put their hands in the money, so you understand.
But because they didn't do it, doesn't mean that this government can't do it.
Thank you.
I don't see why we should think that it is wishful.
That's a fair answer.
Thank you so much.
Now that's a fair answer. So therefore, the government didn't hold back on audit, as you see. The government is auditing the Central Bank of Liberia. The government have initiated various audits. I beg you, I said, don't interrupt me now. Okay. The government have initiated serious audit. You understand, one of which is NSA, the decommission on that, but CBL is ongoing. And other places, FIU and all these other places, they are auditing them. That's a great job. So if we would blame this government, I blame the government exactly. And I like what you say. President Joseph Imabwaga said stop to 2017. Stop to 2018.
He doesn't have that authority, Stanton.
But hold on, I'm begging you. Whatever you say,
who has the authority, Stan? The
president.
Thank you.
The president cannot determine.
It's not your turn to
ask me a question. Let me just say something.
No. Uncle Sam, don't drag us into it. I beg you.
Okay.
Yeah, I beg you, because you know what?
Okay.
We are where we are today because CDC agreed to turn the back on the most important and fundamental issue in the country at the time, to order Madam Salif and her government, because they agreed to walk away with 16 billion and the rest of the money that was left in the coffer. They enjoyed themselves. They couldn't judge themselves. They couldn't question themselves. They agreed to just let it go. Bwaga came into play and said, no, I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to fight. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to start from the George Manaway administration from beginning to end. So George Weah, come back into power. Then you can order the CDC, this government that is now in power. Simple. I said, no, tell your tabata, man. We got to go. Go ahead. Talk your tabata. I said.
Councillor Verdier, I'm very sure you are very shocked and feel jittery listening to the public relations officer for Unity Party. I'm very sure you are checking right now. Just listen to the brother. President Joey, I ain't do it. President Baka King, you say, okay, we'll do it, we'll go for CDC, and then we'll go. Listen, we did not win an election. President Baka won because he was coming to correct the wrongs of President Weah. One of the wrongs of President Weah is not auditing President Sirleaf's administration. Why is it that this government wants to correct all of the wrong besides this one wrong? Oh, why? Okay, Joe, we have failed. He failed to audit. We didn't audit. That was wrong. That was bad. Why is the government so much resisting correcting that one wrong? Why? And then you listen to the PR officer just going around and he won't say something, he won't say more. It just kind of interesting. You know, you can see the love on his face, but he does not make it right there. So, Councilor Verdier, think about it. All of the wrong judge we are in the country, they won't correct it. But the one wrong by not auditing the President Sirleaf government, that's what they don't want to do. So and I know people. You were talking
before you were having time. I still have a fun show tonight. Okay,
and I know people don't want to call me. I will call me. Councilor Clark Martin, came on this show and said the law stops him from going back. I personally asked him because I'm from the financial background and I've seen a lot of financial crimes for many years being investigated today. And I said, well, are you saying if somebody were to steal some 1 million?
Long, man. Come on, get to
it. If somebody were to steal 1 million 10 years ago and you notice it today, because the law says something for 5 years, so okay, tell me somebody be praying for the year to go fast so somebody can go steal money and the year pass and we go through it. I hope Councilor Martin can listen to you and learn. But the question I want to ask you is the issue of this asset declaration. My LEC went, I had to go run also. I never had a chance to ask you on that. Councilor, you worked at LEC or LACC and you left at a certain time. You spoke of President Weah declaring asset at GAC, and that document was sent over to you because you requested for it electronically, and you said you left the document there. Councilor Martin came after you left. That would mean that document you left was available when Councilor Martin came. Councilor Martin came on the show. I'm asking this question because his integrity is very much tied to the job he is doing today as head for asset recovery. And boldly said, all of the record at LACC proved that President Weah had never declared asset.
And the councilor answered. He did. He answered.
Okay.
I wasn't here. So let me ask it again because I want to be happy, just for my happiness.
As I attempt to answer your question, I would say this, that it's the prerogative of any government to say how far they want to go back, in terms of investigating or auditing. That's the prerogative of the government. Maybe they're looking at time, all of that, 12 years or to go back 18 years to investigate. Maybe it's just foolhardy. Pieces of evidence they have disappeared. It might be difficult. It will take a longer time. So they try to reduce that time frame by auditing the immediate past government, which I think is a very logical thing to do. I don't really see anything wrong with that. But again, people will find problem with that. I understand. But they chose to audit the immediate past government. That's the most of our expectation is the immediate past, the predecessor to, you should be able to audit that government. Now, I will say this, you say somebody said something because of integrity. Let me say this. I'm going to answer this question because my integrity is also involved. And I don't play with my reputation. At the LSCC, when I left in February, I think about February 27, that's 2019. That's my last day at LSCC when I turned over. When I left, there were hard copies as well as digital copies of all asset declaration at LSCC. And amongst those asset declaration was the declaration of President Weah. that he declared in August. So it was not only the digital copy that available, but also the hard copy also available. And I found it very disingenuous for anybody to be head of an institution that is responsible for superintending, for regulating, for collecting, for instituting actual asset declaration, and would not know that the president of the republic had declared his asset. I found there's going to be no scenario you present to me. I believe that. Okay, so I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And my second question will be short. I know my brother from Unity Party is so concerned about President Weah's publishing his asset. For some reason, he's not concerned about the current president we have today publishing that very same asset. It doesn't seem to be any concern to him. Councilor, are you concerned at all about Liberians today more than Liberians before? Are you concerned that President Boyka has not also published his asset if the brother is so concerned about President Weah's own?
You know, the same attitude I adapted to President Weah not publishing his asset declaration in 2018. Not because that's what the law does not demand that you do it. So it's left with individual citizens and officials to do that. You know, I know that President Salif on the 2 occasions while I was there, she published her asset. I would think that would be, you know, the most convenient and wisest thing to do for public officials to publish their own asset to demonstrate their commitment, you know, to the declaration and fighting corruption. But it's an individual decision to make. I can't blame anybody for being in compliance with the law. The law doesn't require that. It's an individual thing. So when he decides to do that, I think he will do that. But I trust that President Boyka, with his commitment having been expressed, I'm sure at some point they're going to do that. But only thing I have with the asset declaration thing is that people need to emphasize that the asset declaration regime requires that government officials declare their asset before assuming the office that they're going to. The assets are supposed to be declared before they even get into the offices.
Thank you very much. Let me just be clear. Up to now, President Glennie, let me be very clear. President Mana Weah have not published his asset up to today. He have not asked GAC or LDCC to publish his asset. He has not, as president or former president, published his asset as of today. We did it for him. No, don't interrupt me now. I want to ask the good counselor.
The exit one. He did not publish that as well.
What about entry or exit, right? As of today, the Liberian people have not seen President Bakugbe, as of today, publish his asset. Am I wrong, Councilor Verdier? Am I wrong? We've been crying on this issue. Forget about Spoon publishing this thing. But in the capacity of the president or former president, that title, he have not as of today.
President Boyka has been vice president.
Don't interrupt us now. Let me ask the good counselor here.
President Boyka, president there. That was 12 years.
I beg you, my brother. Let me ask the good counselor.
But President Weah is no longer president. Why will you publishing it? I said, you still got interest.
No, I just want to be on the record. While he was president, what he didn't.
While I was there, he never published his asset.
And you never heard, or you have never seen on any print media, or on the radio, or on BBC, or on VOA.
Until I saw it on this show when you published it.
Because it took us everything to dig deeper. And let me say this to you. Unity Party, Joseph Yima Boyka, no. Within certain time, if this president failed to publish his asset, we will publish it.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, but the president document.
What are you waiting for, Stanton?
Excuse me, Uncle Sam.
I'm asking you, what are you waiting for?
Uncle Sam, wait now. Right?
What are you waiting for?
You know, sometimes we can be having a very beautiful show, then CDC can come up with that moya moya. Yeah.
As vice president, you stop interrupting constantly, man. Come on.
I beg you guys, please. Yeah. So yes, the fact, Councilor, I want to come back to you on this. Like Uncle Sam said, what is he waiting for? That's a good question. They are still doing crossing the T's and dotting the I's. I have spoken to the marshal, right? The president is saying, you do what you're supposed to do and let's publish this. Joseph Yima Bwaka is not sitting back to make a promise that he cannot deliver. Joseph Yima Bwaka, with everything in him, he said that I will make my asset known. He did. He talked about drugs. He took drugs tests. Okay? There are some issues with LDCC that they are addressing within the asset declaration. For example, the day Mo Ali published his asset, he was missing one or two. They had one or two discrepancy. Mo Ali sent it to me and said, Stanton, no, I found it. I sent it to Mo Ali. But I said, no, Stanton, we had a mistake on it. And LDCC want us to correct it. Can you tell the Liberian people some of the little mistake people have in the asset when they declare it? Like it's also include this land, like they're a person for this house. But if you come to realize, and you want to give a fair answer, what Americana said on our show, clearly, Americana said my land, the farmland, because I had to do my taxes in America, therefore I need to make some adjustment before I publish my asset. He said it on the show. Let's stop the bluff. With less than 4 months, less than 3 months, since President Bwaka declared his asset, they need to make necessary correction. But we have 6 years on George Manor we are and counting. He said he had 80 million from Europe, 25 million from here, 30 million from there. His watch is $40 million. His clothes, 97 million. All these lies. And we must sit here and keep such asset declaration, knowing that he lied to the Liberian people. Good counselor, you need to speak truth to power. Have you had anyone that declared an asset while you were serving as LDCC boss, had to make some correction on those assets, came back to you and said, we need to make some adjustment? Can you talk to us, sir, please?
Well, there were several instances where people declared an asset, and after reviewing them, they were lacking certain information. So we'll call them back and we'll do it. And some of them will return and say, oh, I think I made a mistake. Because when you declare your asset, you go home with a copy of your declaration. So some will return and say, oh, I think I made an error. Because what we tell them is that it's not just sufficient that you're making this declaration, because you have to notarize it. When you notarize it, you're making a declaration on a law, on an over law. You're saying that your declaration is true to the best of your knowledge. So we admonish them that some of them will say, okay, you know what, let me take it back and correct, certain things. There's some others who didn't understand what was actually being requested, whether it was joint property, whether it was single property, if you were married, who would prepare your household. Some of them didn't understand that. So when they came in and asked questions, we correct them, we let them know, and then they'll go back and correct their declaration. So when you finally go and notarize the document, and bring it back to LDCC, and LDCC places a stamp on it, it means that LDCC property. So yeah, asset declaration it would be good to have your own personal appraisal of your property, because you're stating it in the document that this is the value of this property that I have, this is the value. But sometimes we allow people to make estimation, of what the property is based on when you bought it. I had a situation with President William, he asked me specifically, but Councilor, I paid a house in 1996, and I don't have no records. How we determine it? And in that meeting, I told them, say, we have a appraiser. They will look at the square foot and look at the height and everything. They can tell you how many pieces of blocks you use and all that kind of thing. So that's not a difficult thing to do. Once you do the appraisal, you can even estimate the appraisal. When LDCC is doing their verification, they will probably come up with the legitimate value, the current value of that property. So that should happen. But another thing I just want to say is that we just emphasizing the declaration of president. What's about the other officials of government? Have you all tried to find out how many members of the executive branch of government have declared their assets? Have you tried to find out how many members of the current legislature have declared their assets? What's about the judiciary? The whole Supreme Court and all the other members of the judiciary, have they declared their asset? The court of conduct said all these people should declare their asset. It's not just the president and few of his officers. So I would be interested in knowing how many people so far in all 3 branches of government have declared their asset. That is mandatory, under the law.
Thank you very much. It's always good to have you, Councillor James Nimba, Verdier Jr. We want to say thanks a lot. We know that the talking point may come from the Muya Muya, but all due respect to them, they are our friends, they are our fellow panelists on the show. They have some well-educated Muya Muya, and they have some of them that just come on the show and gave us hard time. But we want to appreciate the one that are here, they are educated as they do, and Samuel Jackson. But as you can see, Muya Muya is forever. It's in the blood, and it is what it is. Councillor, thank you for being part of the show tonight. We really appreciate you. It was a very informative show. I want to ask you a question while you're leaving. What next for those that were given appointment letters to serve? Now, the tenure thing seems to be over by the ruling of the Supreme Court. I know you are not part of the government. You are not the one appointing. But what would be your advice out there? Should they stay hang on? Is there any hope you see here for them?
What would be the business of hanging on? I would advise them to return to status quo. You go back until the president can reassign you. Until the president and his team can do their due diligence and create those openings that they were hoping to open, to make available. You just return to status quo. That's what I would advise. And in my closing, I would just like to say that again. I would also advise that the government takes stock of all those acts establishing the different integrity institutions, study them individually, and adapt an approach to addressing the concerns that they have with those institutions. Individually, they can do that. For example, the LSCC, LSCC laws, the current laws provides that no two commissioners are supposed to come from the same county. No two commissioners. If you have that kind of situation, the LSCC currently has that kind of situation, the chairperson and another commissioner from Riverside County.
Yeah.
That's illegitimate. That is a basis for you to act right there and change that commission. You know what I'm saying? You change, either remove all two of them or remove one of them or reform that commission, because that is grounded in law that no two commissioners should be on the commission from the same county. So if you study this institution, look at it, you will find a lot of things to do that you can correct, that's happening. And basically, that would be my advice to the government.
Can I ask one very important question, please? I have to ask a question.
Okay, so let's do this.
One question.
So we understand, let's do this. I beg you, just stick to the question. Not too long.
I got one question.
No. Fadiga, go ahead. Let everybody ask the one question. Go ahead, Fadiga.
Councillor, can President Weah be prosecuted for what is seemed to be giving false declaration, asset declaration? Can he be prosecuted?
Anybody can be prosecuted for giving false declaration. You just got to establish the falsity. Okay, once you establish, you can prosecute them for that perjury. So under the law, under the perjury law, if may represent an issue under oath, anybody can be prosecuted for that.
So that means President Weah can.
Why you trying to make it false information, Fadiga?
When you investigate, you find out of that. Once the only thing is the president of the republic cannot be prosecuted while he or she is sitting as president. But when they are removed as president, you can prosecute them for any crime, alleged crime that they may have committed.
All right, we're after it. Can private citizen do it?
Second question.
Sorry, I beg you.
You're asking if a private citizen can prosecute?
Yeah, because if the government can do it, we want to be on the former class action lawsuit to prosecute the former president for lying.
It's the government that prosecute all criminal matters. So you have to go. The government will have to give you and your group a letter patent to prosecute a criminal matter, but the government prosecute all criminal matters.
Thank you. Dr. Beauplan?
I just want to ask the councilor, I heard you say that the people who declare the asset, they're not required by law to do so? Is that it?
They're not required by law to publish.
But they have to declare to the LSCC.
They're required by law to declare.
So what is the point of the law? What is the point of the law if those... No, that's the question. That is the question. What is the point of the law? Let me ask my question. What is the point of the law if the declaration is only to an office and not to the people. You know this, Counselor, that law is reason. So the reason for that thing was transparency to the public and no. So what is the point?
You declared it to the office that investigates you for corruption. So the office has that document. You declare it to the office that investigates you for corruption and any wrong practices, economic crimes, or whatever. So the office uses that document to investigate you. They verify it, and then they can prosecute you later on.
Okay, so that's for prosecutorial purposes, not to the public to know. The public ain't got to know that you got asset.
So if the public wants to know according to the law, you go to court and ask the court, say we want a copy of the document, and the court can grant you that.
The laws are very anti-people. We got to change that. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Dr. Buple. So, Granny, you say you got a question?
Yeah. Councilor Verdier, are you familiar? I know they said one question. Are you familiar with the Jessica case?
Not very familiar. I don't have much information, but I will say this. There are a lot of lay people who do not understand or are not privy to the processes in court, how evidence are collected, how they are presented, and all of that. So from a distance, they're quick to criticize, So when people go to court, I will say this to you guys, even criminal matters can be dismissed on procedural errors. When there's something wrong with the procedure, if you don't follow the criminal process, the criminal procedure law, a case can be dismissed. Just for not even reading the man his Miranda rights, the case can be dismissed on that basis. So a lot of things happen in court, So the public sentiment can be very high, and people think that public opinion is always right. In court, the court is insensitive to public opinion. The court dwells on the law and the pieces of evidence that are produced in court to convict somebody, And the law says if there is an iota of doubt in the process or in the evidence, that doubt should operate in favor of the defendant. The defendant is so protected by the law. So there are a lot of things. The benchmarks are very high. That's what I would say. I don't know. I don't think any judge will want to deliberately just because release a man, and say just go because he gave me $5 or give me $10. I don't think so. Something must have been at stake. You understand? That have to do with the evidence collected or the witnesses not corroborated. Another thing, when in criminal law, when you're prosecuting people and you bring witnesses, under the criminal law, every witness that you bring is supposed to support the other witness in terms of their testimony. We call that corroboration. If those pieces of evidence and the testimony do not corroborate, they will operate in favor of the defendant. There should be no doubt. So there are a lot of things that happen. The law try to protect the defendant because you know why? They believe that the state has so much power and they're able to amass enough evidence to prosecute one person. So the law is heavy in protecting the defendant. If you don't do that, they will just send a lot of innocent people to jail. That's the basis. I would say on that basis, I don't have much information, but I don't think that it was just based on somebody knowing that no white man is supposed to go to jail in Liberia and you want to set somebody free for trying to kill, a young Liberian. I don't think that is the situation.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
My turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's just call a spade, and you're a very brilliant counselor, but Jessica did not put a knife to her throat and cut herself. Let's just be very clear about that. So I don't know what other legal machinations or what have you, but that's the court, and we have to accept this. But from the court of public opinion, Jessica did not put a knife to her throat, and she did not cut herself. And we know the geopolitical and the power play. We know that. The Lucas and the missionaries, they've been doing this to Africa since forever. Since Pedro de Center, the first white man, went to Africa, I think in the 15th century. But anyway, that's another story. Look, I want to thank you very much for your brilliant deliberation. I want you to give a message to your brother. I really admire him. We have some differences of political opinion. He did an excellent job. TRC, he was extremely brilliant. The only problem I have with my brother, Verdier, is that he takes his one economic crime court not on the basis of something to right historical wrong, but it's like a personal thing that is tied to his persona. And once you get wrapped up in something like that, and that's my opinion, okay? But at the God in heaven, I like him a lot. He's a brilliant young man, but I think he's too wrapped up in it for, I won't say personal aggrandizement, because he doesn't appear to me like somebody who's materialistic. But I think in terms of, just maybe for some self-actualization reason. So just basically, I want you to give him that. I swear to God, I respect him. He's done a whole lot, and I know some members of your family, and I just want you to convey that to him in this public manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to say thank you, Councillor. We really appreciate your time on phone. Please come again.
Stephen, thank you very much for the time, guys. I enjoyed the discussion, the interaction. Sam, thank you. I'm sure my brother is listening, and he may have heard that. If he didn't, I will re-echo your advice to him again. Yeah. And I'm sure he appreciates you as well. I do appreciate all of you in the discussion. Thank you for having me, and I wish you a wonderful evening. Stanton, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, a wonderful show. We want to appreciate the councilor for joining us this evening. What you said?
Why you didn't want me to ask that one question?
Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The man go, man. The man go.
Can't use your time. I'm just saying use your time. Time finish.
Go ahead, I say ask.
Man, I won't go drink my brandy. I don't got time for your thing you're doing. I won't go hang out with my wife.
As if I just joining us.
I want to go hang out with my wife. Enjoy my beautiful evening.
Sam, today is not Friday yet, Uncle Sam.
I'm retired. You forget? I spent my 40 years in America working. I did my, I don't know how many quarters, 100 quarters, Social Security, 100 quarters. We
got only 2 more minutes. Uncle Sam, we got only 2 more minutes. I really want us to discuss some other issue. I know I will get your closing on this tenure and the Supreme Court ruling. Yes, it is indeed true that President Walker will be traveling. He will be coming to the United States, and that will be announced by the executive mansion.
It's already been announced by me.
Okay, I said, please don't interrupt now. Let's just get, so please. So it is true that the president will be traveling for the very first time. He will be visiting the U.S. Upon taking office, January 22nd. This will be his first U.S. visit.
Is this official?
Again, we'll wait for the announcement. I don't want to go ahead of them. We'll wait for the announcement from the executive mansion, but the president will be traveling to the United States. I also want to say that we talk about the Supreme Court ruling. Indeed, we have the copy that shared the whole ruling, the 10 pages with you guys. We can go through it and make some informed conversation tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be joined by the police IG, Gregory Coleman. He's going to talk, they signed some agreement with the motorcyclists, the tricyclists, and everything is on point. He will be addressing Spoon Talk tomorrow on this different issue. We'll talk about the election. As you know, the results are coming out. Yan Twine is in the lead. Yan Twine, he's in the lead from Nimba. But indeed, we'll just wait for the final result. Like we say here on Spoon, we are not going to give the ruling, and whatever we say will be unofficial. We just want to say, listen, guys, a lot to be discussed. The lawmakers are working on the budget. Today, there was an appointment made for Yomli Kanga Lawrence, the pro temp, and the speaker to go meet the president. They discussed so many issues. I will allow the executive marshal to talk about what they discussed when they deem it necessary. But indeed, they had some meeting when talk about the budget, met Mr. President. The other issue about what become of the guys right now that were appointed, to those positions or nominated to those positions, what become of them? That story for the day. Let's do the closing on the show. It's 8 o'clock, 12 midnight in Liberia. I would appreciate we redeem ourselves for 1 minute each, but we will give Asif about 2 minutes because he came in late as part of his closing. I want us to start with our sister Glennie. You go first, man.
So I think it was great being here. I joined the show late, but I listened in on my way. I appreciate the fact that we had Councillor Verdier. I think he answered a lot of the questions. I specifically like what he said concerning integrity. Some of us is the only thing we have and the only thing that we can protect on the issue with that. And his response to the Jessica case, I think there are more that can happen or should have happened with that case. So some of us were still not satisfied with what the verdict was, but it's a Liberian law, I guess, or the lawyers or whatever was in this realm to make the decision on. We'll continue to follow what's going on Spoon. I think Spoon is like he says, Spoon at CNN. It surely is CNN. Every day we have different stories and different information that other people don't have and can share. And so people rely on this platform for a lot of information, and I think that's a good thing. But it was good conversation for the time that I was here. Great being here. At least when I was watching, there were so men here. At least I came and made it look a little colorful. Thank you.
Someday the man gotta be man. Someday you'll just find your time. That's why we're going over the schedule.
You got trouble, Iki. I finished saying my own. Just let to make flower. Let me, you say closing. Then somebody closing, but after the closing.
That's a good
man. Where mommy? Because mommy taller than the man. Where's mommy?
That's a problem.
In closing,
that's a problem. I beg you. I know you're closing.
Oh, I thought you said
this thing she's talking about. That's mommy and myself today. Okay. Look at Bali Bitter. Look at Steven. I don't want to take away from your closing. That
you add into your show. You add into your profile. That's what you do. Good promotion.
Mommy came, and that's so sweet of Mommy, right? He came purposely to see me.
That was nice.
Okay, I took him to my office. He met my in-laws. He met, the pastor. We went to TGIF. We ate. We spoke and we talked everything. And Mommy is a good guy. And from there, he went his merry way. Now he's in Wilmington, Delaware.
Who's taller?
Okay, but you can see now.
Who's taller?
It's up to the people to decide. One may have extra inches on his finger, but look at body
builder.
Okay.
You are telling me in the background, my mom is looking malnourished. That's why you are telling me in the back.
That's a public go ahead.
Oh man.
No, but now he went to feed a man to TGIF for them to eat.
Get him a few pounds, right? Oh man. But that was good that you guys can get together and hang out. That's good. I want to say in closing, Councilor Verdier was good. It's good when we have people who are informative, level-headed, and can speak the issues because people are listening and we're trying to inform and inspire the listenership. I appreciated that. I also reiterate time and time again that the whole idea, I think, from my perspective, is to solve problems and move Liberia forward. So we can have different perspectives, but we must stay on our path of being constructive so our country is better at the end of the day. Succeed, we'll succeed. This president, this government fail, we all will fail. We're sitting closer to the legislature, the leaders, Kofi and Yumbly, and to the president. The budget is a critical fiscal tool, but it actually affects people directly. So please work on the budget so that a lot of our resources are at the bottom, not the top. And Mr. President, if you don't sign the budget, it doesn't become law. It doesn't go into effect. Please fight for the people. The people elected you. 70% of the money can't go to the upper echelon compensation. Teachers, nurses, janitors, those people have to get good benefits. So fight for the people. let this be the first budget that really shows rescue of the ordinary people. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, Uncle Sam, please.
Okay, so I have two major concerns. And my concern is, I mean, it's kind of radical. And I'm going to start getting Glennie to start popping her eyes again. You know, she will start pushing her mouth up again. But you would never spot the relationship between Bayoga Juniors and myself. When I get to heaven, he and myself will hang up. But for now, let me just tell you something. Look.
If you get there.
I will get to heaven. Oh, yeah. I get it. There's a place. He came to prepare a place for me, and I'm going to be there. But anyway, let me get to.
The man who was drinking brandy is prison now. Okay.
No, I'm not drinking brandy. That's something I let thing or what I call it is ginger my wife gave me because I carry something.
Can we see it? Let's see it.
It finished.
Look at that. You finished the ginger quick.
The ginger, see that ginger she made for me. She crushed the ginger in the blender and she poured it there. Trust me, because I was getting cough. Okay, so let's
ginger that white now.
She put her finger inside, made it white. so listen to me. Look, Joe Boga ain't finished his 100 days yet. And he come to run away on Friday to come to America. The 100 days not finished yet. So Professor Grace Bay, he finished 90 days. He took a vacation. You see what I say about old people? They need to go to check their down part. They need to check their up part so they got to leave all the time. So I hope Joseph Boga is coming here for an official trip. I pray for all of them to do well, but it looks bad. 100 days not over yet. And the people that are in the fulcrum of the government, the epicenter, ground zero, they are abandoning their country. They're abandoning their country. It doesn't look good. You complain about Joya for the 8 days outside. This is worse than Joya for the 8 days outside. You are abandoning your people in the first stage of the journey. You are abandoning your people, you're leaving. Joe Boga will be in America for 100 days. Where will he report to the people from on his 100 days? How about Grace Bay? He even spent 90 days there. He in America. Doing what in America? So you want to be different and not business as usual? This doesn't appear to me like good work habits. So on that note, I close. And y'all have a very good night. And God bless you. And Stanton, keep this platform on for us forever, because everywhere I go in Liberia and around the world, people say, I saw you on Spoon. So my popularity and my relevance has increased because of my presence on this show. And I want to thank all of you. And I love all of you so much. And let God bless you and keep you up.
So your age didn't help you?
What age?
You're 70-year-old.
Oh, man. Look, do I look like a 70-year-old man? Look at my muscle. Look at me. I look like a 70-year-old man. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. And don't forget, folks, while we bring Fadika in, we want to just give this quick announcement. We understand that everyone calling Manka, they're asking questions. Let's just be clear. If you're in Maryland, like Isaac Vibes, Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, like our brother, Dr. Bople, if you're around the corner from the Black Hill Regional Park, okay, 20930 Lake Ridge Drive, just understand, she wants you there. Just come with $25.
Bought my ticket already. You saw his Stanton?
Bought his ticket. He will be there. I saw the ticket. It would be Jeremy. And guess what? It will be on my birthday, May 4th. Okay? So come, buy your own food, buy your own drinks, and let's just come talk. I have never seen you in a long time. You have never seen me. Whether I short or I tall, you know, come and just find out. Whether I get bald head or using just for men, come and find out.
Yobo.
The way you say Yobo, come and find out. But it will be a unique one. We're inviting everyone.
Coloring.
Yep, the hard table is right there, as you see, our sister of mankind. And I will say something about mankind on that day. I didn't know that mankind father, amen. Things can come back though, Glennie. If you ever heard about Senator J. Lomas Cox, I didn't know we had that relationship and that connection till a few weeks back. A very good man. And I want to say something on that day. A very, 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 very nice man. The former senator of Maryland County, J. Lomas Cox. You know, he was everything into Methodist Church. But, you know, she's inviting us. She's inviting everyone. That's the hard table. This is the only part of the hard table Fadiga led to see. I don't know why. When you show him the food there, he refused to see that. But this part of the hard table, I don't know. He asked me to keep this picture because he wanted to see this part of the hard table. We want to invite every one of you. Okay? Mankind is calling you in Maryland. Be there. Have fun. It will be a sunny day. It will be hot. Music will be there. Food, drinks, and just come over and have fun. All right? Thank you for that announcement. I, Hossein Fadika, I Sedo, and Asiba will take us home.
Well, we had a great show today. The counselor, I really enjoyed his deliberation. It was great, on point. He understands the law. He understands the terrain. He's been around for some time. I actually enjoy him. But today, I want to end on this thing. We didn't talk about it, but I want to end on the troubling findings of the 2023 Human Rights Report on President Weah government. And if you can bear with me, the government was cited for arbitrary and unlawful killing of, and including extrajudicial killing. They were charged with torture or cruel and inhumane, degrading treatment and punishment by government or people doing it on behalf of the government. They talk about harsh and threatening prison condition, serious issue with judicial independence, restriction on freedom of expression and media freedom, something that Isaac enjoys now, violence against journalists, censorship, extensive government corruption, gender-based violence, including domestic violence, sexual violence. Well, my friend Isaac, he was once alleged to beat his wife or somebody, but I mean, that was something that was prevalent in the past government on law criminalizing.
You know, we are not allowed to attack our personality.
No, I'm not saying, but there was allegation.
You shouldn't have brought that up. That's not right. I will openly ask you not to do that. You cannot do that to each other on the show.
These things happen.
But just move on. They didn't mention. They didn't mention Asad's name in the report, did they?
No, but I'm trying to give reference to some of the things that happened. All right, I'll take it back. Let's move on. Let's make progress.
Let's move on, please.
We want to say that there was gender-based violence that were very prevalent in the last administration, and I'm so glad that we are now in an era of good governance where we can discuss freely without people going to your door or censoring you. Center, this station was closed on the past administration. A lot of things happened. Now we have the privilege to sit here as normal, mature individual and discuss our politics. We all fear that the emperor, who was naked at that time, and folks now on the show didn't see the need to speak against it. All of a sudden, they are now the new voice of the people, and they are speaking up. And some of us find that disingenuous, but however it is, I like the fact that we can now sit on this platform and discuss, and find new ways to change the direction of our country. I will close on that.
You got a problem. Go ahead.
I'm sure if you hear about killings, you want to remember the case involving former Chief Justice Graham Moses Khan. I'm sure we all can remember when United Party folks were all over there, free. So maybe they need to ask themselves. I'm sure also the report will be talking something about the Lucas issue. So maybe we need to think all those places. But today we posted about the president's travel on Friday. And I know a lot of sugar people were there. Oh, a lot, but we really didn't care about that because we are posting factual information. And we have
all of the president's detail in America. We'll be looking for the executive mansion to provide the right information to the people. If the executive mansion plays politics or propaganda, as they are known to do, we will come with the right information. We'll publish every right information for which the president is in America. So we'll be looking on that. But I want to speak to the president. The Supreme Court today, Mr. President, dealt you a stinting blow, an embarrassing rebuke to your rule, Mr. President. I'm sure your partisans are not happy. They are all not happy with the issue of jobs, the way you carry your appointments. A lot of them saying you are just bringing on people that they've not seen around, none of them anywhere close to the campaign. You're breaking them from all over. You are appointing just about anybody. You even went as far as, leaving all of your people and brought in a Senegalese national and appointed into a position a Liberian should be taking. And I know while they are hurt, they were still defending you. That, yeah, the law says you can appoint people, but they are hurt. They are just saying it because that's muff. They can use the muff to talk. I'm sure you are seeing the country. You are going to the US. Hopefully we will see the exact reason why you're going, because we posted it. Just imagine, how did we know that you are, we posted it, it should tell you we know every details of your travel. And we'll be looking at the executive mansion. No propaganda again. Your people are not happy as a president. The country remains dark. It was 1 week, they say 1 week, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 1 month. Mr. President, go to the 4th month now. The country remains dark. Go on Broad Street, go right now. The whole place is dark. I'm sure after 4 years, maybe before 100 days is coming to an end. Your people are parading with mud road from short distance to short distance. Then they jump over all of the other bar places. They say 100 day, mud road. They leave from there, taking just any picture and posting it. Somebody even wore their clothes, posted their picture on Facebook. Your people talking and say that rescue providing people clothes in Liberia now. Just looking for anything to call 100 days. Mr. President, our understanding is you served government for more than 50 years. I'm thinking there's a lot of query around the corner, questioning that experience. You need to bring it to the forefront. You really need to do. The Supreme Court embarrassed you. Hopefully, you will look at your advisor who's advising you, taking this wrong decision, that are not bringing very good thing to your rule. You will want to look at them, either let them go or tell them to rest. They are doing you no good. Absolutely no good. See where you are. This is the first time in Liberia's history where a new government will face this amount of lawsuits, and see how many times you've been dealt legal blow. Came from the asset recovery fiasco. They were slapped down, and then you come to all of these other things. And I can tell you more lawsuits still await you. So probably you need to readjust. Forget those who are telling you, the president, go ahead, you're doing good. Sorry, some of them are around the corner looking for jobs. So they will tell you everything. Oh, they really love you. No, we love you. We will tell you the real truth. We told you about this thing. Today is come to hunt you. Please don't listen to them. You are not doing, as people expected. Too many people were expecting a lot from you. People say it is still early. I don't believe in the still early thing at all. But you need to readjust, Mr. President. The Ivory Coast, we understand, is cutting down power to Liberia. They will come to justify. You just went to the Ivory Coast. When you came, you said Africa will be increasing power. Mr. President, so you want to look at those things.
Thank you very much, Asado, for your closing. Let's bring in Ava. You want to take us home?
Sure. Yeah, I want to say hello to all the wonderful people out there, and definitely kudos to you, the panelists, for conducting a very positive show. I'm sorry I wasn't here for my man, Councilor James Verdier, to engage him, but it seemed like he handled himself very well, and he satisfied many of you, the panelists. One of the ardent viewers of the show, his birthday is today. I just want to say happy birthday to Joseph Thomas Jackson. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday today, and to all those other people whose birthdays are today, but we don't know them. We hope you have a wonderful day. The issues here, we cover a lot of critical and important issues. Some kind of way we have to, kind of update people about some of the things we cover, right? Because some critical things just seem to fall by the wayside, drop in the cracks, and we don't revisit them. I know CEO is still, serious about this medtech and this CTN thing. There's some other issues that hopefully will not just let stay buried, whether it's the War Crimes Court, whether it's the prosecution of the corrupt officials from the past government and the previous government before them, whether it's the governance issue and how we keep it visible and hold those people in positions today accountable. Those are all things that, we should be focused on. But while missing the show today, I had a very interesting day trying to find solutions to some of the vexing problems we face, especially for those who can afford to, pay for those solutions. So today it was about energy, connecting with, this guy on a sustainable development level for solar energy. So, there are alternatives out there. There are applied methodologies that can be used to relieve some of the pain we feel from the lack of energy through solar and different applications of solar. So, hopefully we'll be able to have that opportunity to talk about some of these solutions one day that can really make a difference to the country, whether it's solar, whether it's land, whether it's waste management, whether it's the sewer system in terms of alternatives, and be able to, help people out there, especially those who can afford it and want to live a certain way in our country. If government cannot facilitate all Liberians living that way, those who then can afford it will just have to do what they can do. But CEO, thank you for the platform. We appreciate it. Samuel Jackson has a rebirth. He's just excited. He feels his popularity or his notoriety is soaring. And he loves that. He doesn't care what people think. No, he's sensitive a little bit. But it's good that we have a diverse panel here. Though it's male-dominated sometimes, and we have some strong feminists who be frowning and fussing with us all the time, like Glendy and like Francine. But we love you guys, you ladies. And, just being here with you is a pleasure. So thank you. And I just wanted to say hello to my Spoon family today.
You were taught tired.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ava. We want to say thanks to all of our many followers. We had a lot to discuss today, but we keep it. Thank God. And again, Gregory Coleman is coming tomorrow. We want to ask him a lot of questions. But Friday, we want to leave Friday open, no guests, because you're right, Ava, we got to discuss all these little issues. But when we have guests, we are restricted. I love to go crazy when there's no guests, I love to dig deeper into everything. But once we have guests, we are restricted. But we want them to come. We want to hear from them. And it's a good thing that today Councilor Verdier came on. Now, the rest of the story to be continued. Friday, we'll leave it open for open mic. And we ask the people out there. We are current into the 100 days, though. We got about 7 more days left. I'm concerned. With 100 days, meet President Barker all of the country.
Yeah, that was the thing I was saying.
I am now beginning to understand. I'm going to please don't throw into my business now. Let me do my own too.
They're not our business.
No, but can I just correct him for one thing, Uncle Sam, you said?
Well,
somebody told me that Grisby is here for his daughter's graduation from law school. And I don't think that's something people should miss. Those are very special family moments.
I didn't know that.
I said, please leave that. We know what Grisby. Yeah, I posted the letter already when Grisby left. I beg you. I want you to.
But then why you correct Uncle Sam? Why you like?
No. But listen now. Let's just go back. When Grisby left the country, I posted that letter that he wrote. That he was leaving. He made a mistake on the letter. He said April 11, 2023. We share that. We know exactly what's going on. We know the in-house fighting at the executive mansion. Sometimes I choose not to discuss this because I have sedition here on the show that will misinterpret and carry it differently. But you know that.
Man, wake up. Yes,
straight on. If your daughter graduating from law school, you shouldn't be proud of that and let the world know that you're going to America.
It's not a word business, and it's private business.
No, it's not private. It's not private. It's a public official.
Uncle Sam, wait now. Uncle Sam, we are back.
I was going to go there to celebrate with him.
Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, baking you. We finished. C'est fini. We're done. I'm just saying, right? There's a lot of stuff happening at the executive mansion. Sometimes when you see I scratching my head, Dr. Goplay, I want to say some of these things. But because I have the hyenas, the sedition, we call them hyenas. Right? And you know,
they're always on the attack, man.
Yeah, they're always on the attack. They're trying to take the kill from the leopard. You know, the leopard in front of the hyenas, right? You know, the male lion in front of hyenas. But sometimes, remember now, the hyena die on the way too, because when the male lion comes, right, it kill the hyenas. So we got to do everything.
You threaten me to save the hyena.
We got to do everything to kill these hyenas on the show.
You threaten me to save the hyena. You got two hyenas attacking us here.
Listen, if you want to kill them, but just don't go personal on them. We got
it's not personal. Just stating what the Americans said.
We want to say, you know, the issue here is that a lot of stuff is happening, but Liberia depends on us and our discussion. When you guys left the show, we opened the phone line. A lot of phone calls came in. A lot. We were here for extra 1 hour yesterday. Nelson and myself. A lot of phone calls. People expressing their anger. I can't do it today because I have to go, but I hope we can have time to listen. I want you to listen to our fellow Liberians. Let it tell you how they feel right now. The country called Liberia. Let it tell you about the LDC. Let it tell you about the bread and butter issue. And let's be fair.
Can we do that on Friday?
Friday. We should.
Yeah.
That will
I think we should.
Okay. But guys, thank you very much, man. It's been a wonderful show. Have a wonderful, wonderful
evening.
Love
you guys, man.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you. Nelson, come on. Nelson, please, if you can. Nelson, please come before the people say you're living with acid do again. You will get Auntie Mama complaining. Oh, he and acid do stay on the show. Everybody left.
Well, you my friend now. Besides the show, you my friend. So what else?
Here, acid do stay on the show. They let everybody to leave. Then he did. Somebody wrote me. Why you keep acid on the show and everybody leave, brother? Sometimes we just have to do what we have to do, but we appreciate Michael Bobby Boo. Michael Bobby Boo said, Uncle Sam with your left seat. Kribba Kissi, we want to welcome you. A.B. Berman, Pittman, right. Martha Campbell, Lillian Morton. Oh, she says, still don't call my name. I ain't calling your name, man. Jacques Match. Basana Aboa, sorry, I'm not pronouncing your name right. Zopower. Zopower want to say thank you. I said, though, Zopower say you jobless, though.
That's true.
Bummy King, man. What's up, Bummy? Mimi Packet, Mary Finda Newman, Clarence Benson, Joseph Newman. Zuba want to say thank you for joining us, Zuba. Morris Johnson, Thomas Hans, Aboa Bibito, Sita Hammond, Mose Binda, is that Ibe? Ibe want to say welcome, Pierre Campbell, welcome, Aloysius Doe, Sanke, Bill Carlson. I want to welcome every one of you. Thank you for joining Spoon. Thank you for listening in. Do we have time, Nelson, to go to the phone line? I said myself want to hear the folks, hear the concern. Do we have time, Nelson? Can you put a number up? Nelson, you did an extremely good job today at the National Election Commission. I think David Eto Brown going to hire you. You're so good. I want to say thank you. You know, everybody get a late corner they can go in. Look at Diamond today at the Temple of Justice. You guys are wonderful. We appreciate you guys a lot, seriously. And I know that Madam Titi is hiring more people. If you want a job with Spoon Network, Madam Titi is looking for reporters. She's looking for Did she give you the announcement, Nelson?
I got one very good journalist I'm recommending over. That's CDC journalism.
No, but say that because Madam Titi is, she want me to announce she hiring I think she said she need about 10 to 15. So I mean the different jobs area, Nelson is extremely good. Diamond, Haji, Chokon Flama, Chilo Play, and all Yekezi and all the great men that I give the morning news. She need news reporter. She knew, you guys know your position, man. But she would just want me to announce. If you are interested in working for Spoon Network, just go to the radio station. What Congo Back Row? Is that what you guys have?
Did I pass through the consultant? Or you taking my consultant job away from me? Why are you doing that?
So, Madam Titi want me to announce she's looking for young, strong, able-bodied men and women that you will get out there and get the news. She got exactly the requirements. I don't know. But if you're interested in working for Spoon, even if you just getting out of school, you will be trained, okay? You will be mentored. You will be brought into an environment that is welcoming. Okay, just go as you are. Go. She get the requirement, and she's saying that she need a lot of folks. She need people that will go all over to bring the news. As we're marching on, this is a new Liberia, and Madam Titi is in a position to hire more people. She want me to tell you guys. So I want to say, Nelson, man, you were so good. You were great, and Damo and Tricom was super. Yeah, we want to say thanks to you guys. I woke up this morning. I was following Diamond and you came on. I follow you guys. You guys make things so easy. You make it so easy. Everybody on the beat, and that's a good thing. It is what it is. We appreciate you guys a lot. We do. So though you got my change, it doesn't mean that you might go eat lapa bido my change now.
No, but the way you not say all the Google thing, it can motivate somebody to eat a change.
Whoever in the studio, man, please. I'm one of the reasons why I'm here every day, because I'm one person who takes so much pride in being committed and being very, very thankful for any opportunity, even if it's the smallest. That's the reason why George Weah remains my man today, tomorrow, because of the pride that I have for the commitment I always want to give. I said this earlier on the show, and I want to repeat it. A lot of people call me. Sometimes I don't talk to people. I usually like to joke. I don't like showing off. I don't care. But this really touched my heart. To a mate, and I don't know who's in the studio. Will you please check your phone? I sent you an image. If you can please put it on the screen, I would really appreciate it. This guy, little guy, I don't know him. He's not no relative to me. I know him from nowhere. Again, the man sent me messages today. He kept, I beg you, please don't miss the show today. Please be on the show today. Send me a number. I will send you $10 card on it. I didn't send him number anyways. I didn't respond to the message. I just felt good for the fact that
you got it, Nelson. You got the picture, Nelson.
Yeah, please put on the screen. Somebody who doesn't have it at all appreciate the little we do to come on the show and speak Liberia. In as much as people disagree with us, in as much as people say a lot, people insult us, people that can even live with us can say all kinds of things. The other guy that tells me, my man, move from here, go look for jobs. I say, please give me a small job. He must say, I'm looking for it. I say, my people, all kinds of things. We are here, and I really, really appreciate it from it. Marcus, I'm thinking to put your image on the screen. I really want to say, thank you for your gesture. I know someone else would need it more. Although coming here every day costs a lot, that I can show you. It costs a lot, but I really appreciate your thought. At least, I don't know him. I mean, he's here. Thank you so much. I know you need it, but just as a matter of encouragement, you put it through, and we'll always be here for people like you. That I can assure you. We never going to be deterred. Not at all. Nothing, absolutely nothing on the planet will make us not to be here. And our being here will always be for everything that George Weah has done. We'll be for him and always.
Thank you very much. Again, those that won a case in court at Winner Zagba, Israel Akensire, and the rest of them, We want to say the one today. Those are pending. We know that the government is working, and those of our brothers and sisters, the government will find a way for them. This too is Liberia. The law will always be the law, folks. The law will be the law. Today, independently, the justice was served. And now we are not questioning the Supreme Court. We are celebrating the Supreme Court because they made a wise decision as per the interpretation. Wherever that may go later, fine. But today, the law remained the law. I want us to open the phone line and let's hear from Liberians. As we move closer to President Walker 100 days, today, decision by the Supreme Court. I want to hear from you. The decision today instructing those people to remain on the position and the nomination that were made by the president said, do not listen to those folks. They are not getting the decision today. I want to hear from you, Liberians. I want to hear from you seriously. Where are you? Who's to blame? I want to hear from you, where are you with the whole country team now? The whole Liberia team, where are you? Where are you as we're walking close? The president is about to travel. He's leaving the country. Will he spend his 100 days out of the country? And understand, I know where President Barker is, he can work from. Where President Barker is, like where the job is, so he can work from anywhere. But will he be working all of Liberia to make those announcements that we have completed our 100 days and these are the 100 days deliverables? Will he take questions and answer questions from the press? Will he do an interview nationally or internationally? Will he speak to the issue that people are talking about, the MedTech, the CTN, the East International, the rubber issue, the appointment issue, the Supreme Court ruling, and all the bread and butter issue of the country? What will be the next 100 days? How will it look like? The next 100 days, the next 3 months, the next 6 months, 1 year. So let's go to the phone line. We'll take a few calls and then let's hear from our Liberian people. I know that the book, let's say we should do it on Friday, but why not do it now with a little chance we have? Nancy?
Yeah, so the local number here is 0555-101075, and we have the WhatsApp numbers on the screen as well.
I get one year, Nancy. Let me take it. Yeah, no, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Christopher Barclays, and I'm calling from Kampala.
Kampala, Uganda?
Yeah, Uganda.
Wow, talk to us, please.
Actually, I really enjoyed the show with all the panelists of Spoon Network. What I wanted to contribute to is the motorcyclists being removed from the traffic in Liberia or the street in Liberia. Now, what I think is since the government have not put in place any kind of employment or job for ordinary Liberians who are hustling in the street to make their living, I think the police have overreacted by, taking these people off on the street. What I think is that they should have, cooperated with the city council to get every motorcyclist registered and then take the safety measures that is being.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, though, but no, they have come to some understanding. Gregory Coleman will be on the show tomorrow, and I just want you to give him a chance. Let's listen to him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, okay, let's take the next call. You want to go? Or you want me to take it?
Yeah, you can go, sir. You can go.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Can you call your name and where you joining us from, please? All right, let me take the next one. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Enders. I took call you from Germany.
Emmanuel, can you please, can you increase your volume, please?
Okay. You getting me now?
It's okay. Talk to us.
Yeah. Firstly, I just want to commend you so much for the show. And firstly, it's 2:41 at my end, and I can say I'm one of the regular caller on the show. A follow up on the show. I just want to say something. As I do is lying that a guy who he posted a picture of Marcos. Marcos is a sedition. So you don't say that we don't know Marcos. I posted in Marcos picture. Marcos is a sedition. People are actually so shouldn't come on the show and see it like a CDC show. That's
Okay,
right.
so don't direct your question now. You're making a good point, but don't attack Acido. Just speak to what you're saying. You say he's a sedition?
Yeah, I posted a picture in a small group. He's a sedition. Marcos is a
So
sedition.
Acido, the man of sedition, you celebrating him, yeah?
So even if he was a Baptist church man, what does it change? Even if he was a Nick and
Hold on 1 minute. That Acido speak, I beg you. Go ahead, Acido.
If the man is sedition or unity, even when he's sedition, so what? The main thing is that I'm grateful.
It means that the man know you know him, and he promoting you.
I don't know him. If I knew him, I would say it. I don't know him. I mean, are you jealous? Go and do the same to UP person. Don't be jealous of the brother who I thought who have asked me but decided to do it. I didn't respond to him. I mean, I didn't do anything, but I appreciated what he did. So don't be jealous of the young man. Try to do it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for revealing that. I said the man of sedition, man, you're picking. Don't get rewind us here.
No, I don't know Michael's. But
hello, your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Kennedy. I'm calling from the Twin City.
Kennedy, talk to us.
I said those should not leave that show, but the only thing that surprised me, when I said though what Minister of Youth and Sport, he never used to sweat at that. Why are you sweating like that in the thing? What's going on?
I don't know, man. Why I'm gonna tell you why I said those sweating. I mean, it's somewhere else, man. In like, bro, man, the country is hot.
You ain't got no money than you. The way you wish, I'm just sweating.
With the motorboy guys, right? The law got to change. And the motorboy guys always say that it's their right. So the problem, even in America, it's not my right to use the road. They can revoke my license anytime if I do something wrong. So the motorboy guys should stop saying that it's their right to use the road. It's just a point of correction. But have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
How you doing, Chief?
I'm all right, boss. What's up?
Cool. I'm Thomas William calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, CEO, I posted on Facebook today when the Supreme Court gave that ruling. I'm not a lawyer, but I think there is not an absolute victory for those people whose favor the Supreme Court rule. I think it was a simple legal procedural error. See, who the law that established the tenure position say that these people can be dismissed for causes. And these causes, some of these causes have to do with violation of the law. So those of them that were seen campaigning, like Garrison Yoru, who was publicly announced as campaign manager in that country, what our president would have done, the president Joseph Imabwaka, was to first dismiss them and step the cost of dismissal.
My man, thank you. Thank you. That's what the lawyer said on the show today.
Oh, my man, that's not the way it works, though. President Boyka cannot just dismiss the people at the same way.
So let me ask you a question now. I beg you, brother.
Yeah.
You are saying President Boyka knowing very well those folks are on tenure position. He should just dismiss them.
Right.
So let me ask you a question. Forget about me looking at the tape. Stop. I beg you. President, so the president should dismiss without investigation.
No, investigate. No, see, it's clear. It's clear. It's not down to you.
So listen, I really don't want to leave you, but I have to. You are saying that the president had the legal right to dismiss without investigation. He should dismiss without investigation. Thank you. But that's not how the law works. You must investigate. You must have a reason to dismiss. Not because you see it mean that you must go ahead. If you see the man, if somebody killed, do they just grab them and put it in jail and say you are guilty, or do they carry on an investigation?
See, okay, ask the question too.
No, you got to answer my question before you ask me a question.
If the police, if you are a policeman and you saw somebody stealing, will you wait as a police person? Will you wait to say, oh, you gotta arrest the person because the person, you have to get a process?
Arresting and investigation are two different things, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
He arrests the man, does not mean he's guilty until a court must prove him guilty.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Okay, my name is Verdier, again, calling you from Minnesota.
Yes, Verdier.
Okay, I want to be aware that actually it's just unfortunate for the CDC or for their group of people to believe that they're going to remain the fence criticizing all throughout. We are teaching this country from partisan politics to the type of politics that people would criticize their own governments. For example, we who brought this government to power, and you are one of them, stand on, we will criticize Joseph. We don't also actually told them to criticize Joseph Boakai and bring him feet to the fire. So let them continue the better politics on partisan line. We're going to criticize Boakai on the patriotic line, and they're not going to join us because this is the direction we're taking now. We're not here for the better part of partisan politics.
So CDC got no right to criticize the government, right?
I'm not saying so neither. I'm saying it's just unfortunate because we are not going to follow the partisan politics and criticizing Boakai. No.
Okay, thank you.
So, and Nigerians are interested in that type of criticism.
Thank you.
Better partisan politics. Everything, call everything.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh, Colonel Gray, you joining us, man. You seem tired after the birthday celebration. You look tired, Colonel Gray.
No, I mean, every day is a new day. Yesterday was yesterday, so today I had so much in my plate, and I exhausted what I had to do. But don't forget, man. You know, I'm a former GI man. Every day is a new day in the army. Yesterday was birthday. Today's a new day. Different thing as.
I know it's good to see you. Let's take a few more calls. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello. You're not ready. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from, please? Yep. Hello. Hello? All right. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from?
Hi, Spencer. This is Barbie White from Massachusetts.
Barbie White.
How are you? How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Back to CTM and back to
MedTech and CTM. Yeah.
And CTM and APR terminal have already gone up. I have a continuing report now that I'm trying to processing. The fee has already doubled. I'm a sedition, bona fide sedition. We voted this government in for a change, okay? And what I'm seeing now, this is not change. Every day, like I send my messages, I regret every day for taking my time, leaving United States, go to Buffalo County. So a couple of days there to make sure we turn it over for UP. But it's so frustrating for us, the business people. We're getting a big hit from the port, okay? We're not doing business, it's hitting us hard. And I wish, George, we had just listened to some of us that had concerns about how the government was running. This wouldn't have come to where we are today. It's so pathetic. It's so frustrating. I am a CDC. I supported CDC from the get-go. And to see how things were going, and he wasn't changing things around. And now we decided to put a change in. We took our time to go to Liberia and do what we had to do. And we get in the head. And now our friends in CDC are telling us, and we told you, and we told you. It's a shame. And the thing is a joke. But it's unfortunate that Jeremiah Coon will get the hit, and he will get it hard. Mr. Joe, thank you for always coming to speak for CDC, because few people, they say one apple tree spoiled the whole tree. Not other sedation was bad, there were good ones.
Are you saying that you regretted that you voted for Joseph Barker?
I regretted.
This is not the Barbara White I know, though.
Not the Barbara White you know.
No, seriously. I mean, with less than 4 months to go, are you showing this great regret?
I am showing a great regret because I do business. You know, I do business in Liberia, and we're getting a serious hate, serious big time hate from the port. Okay, from APL, from Medtex, see everywhere. Okay, during the CDC government, when I shipped 2 cars, the most I'm talking about 4,200. Now, my friend just called me today. He said, Barbie, talk to Spencer, now your friend. He got a hit on $12,000 for 1 car. 1 car.
But Barbie, Barbie, you know, you always follow Spoon, but you for 6 years.
Yes.
Okay, since 2021.
Yes.
Job Manaware, 712. People say, I might get there. The late Thomas Dona. They so rest in peace. Yeah, but let me finish now. Because I know you're from Bapolu, let me finish. Right? You understand that they've been eating that MedTech money and that CTM money.
Okay, the government said they were coming for change.
But wait now, Bobby, wait, let me finish. So for 6 years, they've been eating the money. Then in 3 months, you are blaming this government and saying that you're mad why you voted for Bwaka? Can you give him the same 3 years and see what he have done and what he would do?
Okay. You remember when you brought Ami Model on?
Yep.
What did he say? That CTN was going. They were going to do everything in their power. So now, when your hand is in the pie, you want to be part of the pie. So the money everybody else was getting in CDC is going in someone else's pie. So they're not trying to close it. They're trying to get there.
Let me talk to my sister.
They promised that it was going to go. It was going to disappear. It is disappeared. Simply, you know what happened? It doubled. It doubled up.
But I can no. But I can announce to you, we've been beating on Amin Moda here. It's true that he and Double Jala for LRA submitted a document that is on the president's desk. But the president is reviewing all these things. Yeah. But for you to show your regret, no. But listen now, listen. But for you to show you're not getting rich.
So, my sister, how you doing? Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. So, you know, I feel very strongly about you for the fact that you can very expertly say exactly what happened. And I will tell you, in my mind, your concerns were legitimate. There is not much we can talk. I've always said, I don't believe the CDC was 100%. I know we could have done better, even within me. I have had, even you call Mr. Twain, he will tell you many times, I texted him on something I disagree with, and those things are real. Now, my only thing is, I always feel very proud for the fact that I was in and I know what happened. I know the decisions we took. But again, it was not all bread and butter. So, of course, you had a legitimate concern that led you to vote the way you vote. I think you should not blame yourself. The only thing that is important now is how we learn from our mistakes and ensure we can come back on the table, put the right plans forward, and look.
But don't listen to them, man. Don't listen to this, man. Yeah, man. Come on, great. I don't want you sitting there and allow Barbara White to say in less than 3 months, oh yeah, I'm regretting my support to Bwaka. And a lot of them saying these things. But you have from 2021 to present January, these guys been eating the money. I said, though, wasn't seeking the Kubaya's son. Come on, it's not, no, Barbara, you know I know you and I respect you. I know you contributed greatly to the campaign through John Malu, but I think it's too early to say you are regretting it.
Spencer, all of these moments are embedded in the Bible. Take when the Israelites, the children of Israel were redeemed by Moses from the oppressor Pharaoh, and they left and the oppressors, they were fleeing across the Sea of Fatin, the Red Sea.
The Red Sea, yeah.
Yes. And because they hit one or two bumps, some of them said we were better under Pharaoh.
Leave us in Egypt.
Yes. But remember, people will always complain because they were accustomed to their oppressors. I doubt if Barbara actually supported Ambassador Buckeye. If she did, kudos to her, but I doubt it.
No,
because
she
you know what?
Money.
You know what I say that for? I'm not being sexist, but women will always hang in there to make sure that there's something better that comes out of a decision they make. But
there's no doubt because Barbara contributed Barbara contributed money. We know as John Malu.
I mean, wouldn't you want to see something coming out of this instead of going into that Pharaoh moment that we were better under Pharaoh? You understand? We're better under Pharaoh than under Moses. The thing is, this is just 3 months. We're talking about 3 months. And there are so many agreements that were signed into place to undo those things. You understand? That's the law. Imagine something that were made into law.
Hold on, sis Barbara. Let Colonel make his point. Hold on 1 minute.
Things that were placed into law, you don't just come and abolish it unless we're under a military regime or some dictatorial regime. Otherwise, you will wait for the president to undo these things gradually. That's why Double Jala and the Minister of Commerce promised us that they put those things on the desk of the president. And the president will have to approach with caution because this is the law. And for people to just come 3 months and expect heaven in a second, I doubt it.
We got so many Barbara White out there.
Yeah.
We got so many of them that are frustrated.
Yeah.
But my message here tonight, are we going to go through the Bill Clinton story? I feel your pain. Give me a chance. Or are we going to just condemn them and say, well, take your money back?
Yes. So instead of it staying to where it is, why is it going higher?
You know,
that's my point. Why is it going higher? So now we were at a certain area that I know how much I'm going to spend on a 2 or 4 car, 4 cars, 2 car, 1 car in a container. Okay, and like I said, every money that I make in Liberia doesn't come back to me in the United States. I spent it in Liberia. Okay, I help people. My brother American and my nephew American came out last week. He spoke. Everything he said was facts. Was true. Okay? We Bapolo County voted for him the first round, he won. The second round, he won. How many appointees from Bapolo? Name me one. Not one. Even though we're just coming up with a small county, but we have a lot of brilliant people from Bapolo. Not one.
But I think you have the gentleman, the councilor, Boto County brother, that is going over to NASCAR though. What do you mean not one? He was appointed.
Hope so. We hope, it was just appointment. We hope so. But what we expected, especially me, like I always say to you, Stanton, I speak on a business perspective. Okay? Because that's what I do for people in Liberia.
Thank you.
I don't make money that
Thank you.
It's going to get worse before you get better.
Thank you so much, Stanton. Thank you.
Thank you for always joining us.
I will be in Maryland though.
You coming to America?
I'll come in.
But bring my gift when you come in, though.
I will bring it. Don't worry, you'll get it. What you want?
We'll talk off air.
It's gonna get worse before you get there. You know,
yeah,
it's gonna get worse.
Maybe you need to look at things from another angle, on a real truth here, not just being political. This lady just proudly said she's a bona fide citizen, but she voted against CDC.
I brought a point into Massachusetts. Ask anyone to vote.
Think about it. Do you know the expectation for which she voted against her own party? And you see things going, like I've always said on the show, I'm in Liberia.
Because where was Pharaoh? Where was Pharaoh, my brother?
Where was Barbara, let you go.
Where was Pharaoh? It's not that where was Angel.
And that's why I decided I love to open the phone line, right? Hold on 1 minute, Asido. I love to open the phone line this time because people can really express themselves without interruption. I'm happy that you came in Conor Gray. Let's take a few more calls. But Barbara is saying something that a lot of Liberians are saying. Go on the list. Or John Maru has the list. People are angry with this MedTech and CTN. How can we sell that? How can we say, listen, give us chance? But let's take more calls. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello, your name?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Be fast, please. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Robert C. I'm calling from Woodbridge, Virginia.
Talk to us.
Yeah. The problem I have with Liberia. This government just came into power. Less than 90 days. We expect that the woman will perform miracle. 6 years, we're digging hole to cover hole. We have so many things we can have put in place before they left power. There are so many mistakes they have made. Get a woman some time. It's going to be a long run. Some people complaining, well, Bambudu people don't have people in the government. If we appoint everybody now, what happens in the next 2 years? They're going to reshuffle this government. Where are you going to get people from? So let's just pray and get a woman some time. You know, get 1 year, 2 years before we start complaining. How can Greg say, we can't even, or Israelite, we already not start complaining. Well, let's go back to Egypt. It was better off now. If now we have done everything you're supposed to do, then maybe we should have $0 for NEC. So what happened to the money? What happened to the legislature like this? They jump your high Peruvial.
Thank you for your point. Well taken. Thank you very much, my brother. Folks, we want to say if you call us, you know you got 30 seconds, your name, and where you're joining us from. Hello? Okay, we do not have enough time to waste. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where are you joining us from?
James calling from Delaware.
Talk to us, James.
Okay, I really like the point Sis Barbara made, but also I 100% agree with Conor Gray. You know, you can't say my child bad and I can't help the child. It's wrong. As a mother, you see, he made an example of the people that were going across the sea. And Conor Gray was very right. Barbara was very instrumental in the leadership of President Bouaka. She would not lead into the path of collecting jewelry and making proposals for God to worship. Barbara, we love you. We handle the issue, give the woman chance, and still thank you very much.
You're welcome, James. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello?
Eric B. I'm calling from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
What's your name?
Eric B. Eric B.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I want to speak to the decision of the Supreme.
Go ahead.
This government, some of us has high expectation of this government because the head of this government is not a novice to government. When it comes to government policies and regulations, But it's too early to be making these mistakes that is coming back to us as a government as a heavy blow from the Supreme Court. I don't know who are the legal advisor to the presidents or those who are around him. There are a lot of mistakes from this early stage, which I think is not a good thing.
Thank you.
My message to the president is to look at some of these decisions and study it by himself before he can stand up for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take one from you, Conor Gray. Who you
Yes,
got?
I have this caller on the line. Caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Momo Tule and calling from the state of Georgia. So I have a concern about the vehicle inspections in Liberia conducted by the Ministry of Transport or the Liberian National Police. I think again, like Conor Remy Gray says, we start on the wrong foot, and sometimes it's going to be messy, and later on, it's probably going to get better. But there are too many mistakes being made at this early stage, right? With the vehicle inspection, I expected them to have done proper planning, because proper planning leads to a better result, right, or better performance. So I thought that they would have kind of have a database of every vehicle plying the streets of Monrovia by their VIN numbers, right? That will also help them have information on who's the owner of those cars, and by extension, it will help them, on investigating crimes, So having these vehicle plying the street with VIN number, having a VIN number in a database, and then also giving instruction way ahead of time as to when these vehicle inspection will be done, and they could have even done it per districts.
Hold on. So listen, we're gonna have Gregory Coleman tomorrow, the IG. Come on with your question and let him answer you. You're making some good points, but listen to the program tomorrow and we'll entertain your question, okay?
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Remy. Appreciate it.
Mama, you bet.
Thank you. Guys, listen, man, we gotta
go.
No,
Stand on. Let me make a quick point. You see, let's not forget that Supreme Court is still George Weah Supreme Court. That's one thing I thank the good Lord for, was that George Weah did not protest the elections result, because had they gone to the Supreme Court, my brother, the result would have favored Mr. Weah.
I disagree with
all of these backlashes you see now.
The Supreme Court is George Weah Supreme Court.
It is. You can say that in politics.
I agree with Remy.
In politics, you can say that.
Let's do it one at a time now. Let's do it one at a time. Bacon guys.
You can say that.
Okay. Conor Gray. I disagree with you.
That's fine.
The Supreme Court, right? There were 5. Justice Nimba passed away. May his soul rest in peace. You got 4 of them. I will not sit on spoon talk to desecrate the Supreme Court, because the rule and what they said today, you feel that it is against the government. When you have Chief Justice Sienna Yo, you have James Eto Wodokori, Yusuf Kabah, and Yemi Bese, all the Associate Justice and the Chief Justice. Tell me which one of these people you will attach to George Weah. And you know what? It's not fair.
Starting with Yusuf Kabah.
I pick you back. Hey, it's not fair. We asked for a unique branch of government, separate of the two. Now they are doing that which is right and said the law will be the law. And you determine them to be George Weah Supreme Court.
Yeah, well, let's look at how many appointees from George Weah are in our court. All but one. All 3.
Human Bwakas get 1 to appoint now.
Yeah,
Thank God for
it's
that.
not there yet.
But you cannot say that when these people rule according to the law, you turn them to be George Weah Supreme Court. I totally disagree with you.
My brother, you have to be able to see the conspiracy with a third eye. You understand? Anything that involves George Weah that will make this government to look bad, those 3 will side. They will come up with a decision, because They were placed there for a reason. The three of them were
I
pumped
agree.
about Mr. George Weah. And, may so rest in peace. It was going to even be worse if Justice Nangwe were there. It would be 4 versus 1.
But yet you see, you got to get the opinion of them all.
No, not necessarily. The justice in chamber sometimes can come up with an opinion that can affect politics. You know that.
Brother, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is not a George Weah Supreme Court. I disagree with you. I said, don't talk
Can
to
I
me.
say something?
Yeah, I said, don't speak, then you'll come on. I beg you, Fadiga. I mean, this is wrong. Now, that's a bad message you're sending out there.
That's
the Supreme Court are independent.
You have to be able to look at it from that
Supreme Court are
perspective.
independent. That's a bad message you're sending out
Look,
there.
all the decisions they've made by those justices, just look at it. Whether it's Finda Bondo, whether it's the police director, whether anything, just look at it from that perspective.
Look, the thing started way back from the CPP. They get a verdict that were even more confusing than even the
I thank you. I say, come in, man. Let end the show. Because you want to go ahead and start the show. I disagree with you, though.
Maybe people not looking through the mirror to see what is at the back. Now, the Supreme Court was the best Supreme Court when the first ruling came against Wilson Tappet. Oh, it was the best Supreme Court you could see all around. When the second ruling came, oh no, that George Weah Supreme Court. This is bad. Bad on your part. But let me go to what is important. Probably, like I always said, guys may not be on the ground. Maybe you don't walk on the street, getting taxes, ride on motorbike, get on keke to know what is going on there. Listen, people voted against George Weah for certain reasons. And if these people are seeing the same thing repeated, even worse, in no time it make them to think, why did I vote against this man? One of the reasons from the side of civil servants, why civil servants voted against President Weah, was the fact that salaries certain times will be delayed. Since this government came to power, from day one, not a single month salary came on time. And you think one civil servant who is a sedition but voted against CDC will not be why did I vote against CDC when it's the same thing? Let's go to the second one. The issue of harmonization was a big factor in the election. Today, people are being disagreed. You think no one person is even regretting, say, but why they said this is going on? The lady who just called, she was talking about her own life. During the George Weah term, she paid a certain money for her vehicles. They say, oh, people making the country hard today. She is paying even higher. And you think she won't think? Let me tell you another thing that sometimes we don't know. The government today is pushing for the tax system to be changed from the GST to the VAT. Probably someone may not understand, but I'll help you out. Usually the GST is a fixed amount that applies to consumed goods. The VAT most often may not be fixed. It will be according to how it is determined that goods you are taking as value. So most often the VAT has higher tax rate. You will see people paying more. My brother, go in the market. Do yourself a favor. You will call the president. I do go in the market with my children. Go in the market and pick from the mouths of the people yourself. Before you can carry 5,000 in the market and get things. Today, you can't get anything. And you think the
worse before it gets better, my brother.
And you think the person who was
that false equivalent.
Are you going to finish today for us to talk to?
And you think the person who was angry?
No, Mr. Doe, that false equivalency, why existed yesterday? Don't worry.
If you think that government is in a way that today things is bad, tomorrow there are decisions that we follow. Let me tell you something. With the amount
when we talk today too.
With the amount of
I said, give Hassan a chance to talk. I beg you, please.
Thank you. Give me a chance to talk. You have all night to talk.
All time. With the amount of appointments the president is making, in almost creating new positions every day, too many advisors. Fadiga, you're going to be having a payroll increase. You will have problems. Not this year, almost 6 years. But let's see how it works.
Thank you for your unsolicited advice. We were not going to be taking your advice. I would say this. I said it
Joel
earlier.
did not even know the position existed. So he
You
didn't
keep
appoint
they left a lot of the opposition.
They didn't even know they existed.
They didn't
Now,
even know they
how
existed.
adept they were. Go
How
ahead.
about the government? They didn't appoint anyone something. But let me say this.
They're not creating. They're there.
Rev, one of the mistakes we made in Akeem, even the first round of the show.
Why you keep that on the show? The show feeling. This is our.
I said you want to stay behind and talk about after everything is over. People been calling me and say, "Well, why are you leaving Isaac Dode?" You understand? Decisions that were made, clarification that were made. Isaac has a way of staying stalling and kind of reverse everything.
They reverse everything. So let me
ambush for him. We'll catch him.
Let me say the point. We made a very serious mistake.
Supreme Court.
Thank you for. I didn't know you follow me.
And the time Supreme Court was good.
Do not distract me. Do not distract me.
Because Fadiga is not right. You said the Supreme Court when the rule against Western Tape. But when it came with the second ruling, you are saying that Joe, we are Supreme Court. Where are you, Fadiga? That can be fair. But ruling against Western Tape, they were not Joe, we are Supreme Court, though. Right?
Hold on. Look, I blame the UP Alliance. Look, Donald Trump was elected by some he said a lot of outrageous things. Look, because they knew that he would have put some real hardcore or conservative on that bench. Yes, the people that are on the Supreme Court, they are not saints, they are men that are going to interpret the law. The first mistake we made, look, Justice Namwe became almost incapacitated since last year. The first appointment which were made on January 22nd, to 1 p.m. or right after the program should have been our justice. Up to now, we still have not.
While the man Biden was staying in the mall, are you serious?
It doesn't matter. The man was you know, we should stop this thing. You know, that the man gotta go to rest. They should have look. They read some of the things we're saying. It is still George we are a Supreme Court. Look, let me tell you how they rule. They rule it either vague. Either some kind of way that they would leave loophole. Look, they did it with the CPP, they didn't matter the CPP. Look, whatever. Why they say that everything we are what he got for that Supreme Court? Why is it they want a black thing? I am not saying that the ruling was 100% not within the law. But what I'm saying is the Supreme Court, despite everything, have a way of.
Are you saying that because Conor Gray said that Joe, we are Supreme Court? Are you saying that?
No, I said I ever said today. Oh, you came late.
You said that Joe, we are Supreme Court too?
Yeah, I said which look, have we appointed or justice by now? By now we have someone there influencing things.
Ali, we're going to be
on the Supreme Court. He even tried to pull a Musa Dean there. Councilor Musa Dean there. So that didn't work. Thanks to the staff of the legislature that was spared. Look, why is it that up to now we have not appointed our judge? Why is it? But now we should have done it. That's some of the mistake that I think we are making. We have to call it out. Like yesterday, this man passed away. Peace be to his ashes. But the country has to move on. Nobody should tell me say, "Oh, because the man passed away, so we got to wait."
I think you guys are wrong.
You know,
this is you, Fadiga. This is you when you were celebrating. When you, Fadiga, was celebrating.
It's just an update.
No, hold on now. Hold on. Don't start crying now. Because what you guys do, you go out there, you P-force, you run to your mind and say the born that me, you start crying. Hold on. First opinion by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ruled against Wilson Tappe of the Environmental Protection Agency. In its judgment, the court stated that President Weah erred in appointing Professor Tappe as an interim executive director without the presence of a governing board. Listen, in its judgment,
that was facts.
In its judgment, the court stated that President Weah erred. So the very court, who is President Weah court, saying that President Weah made a mistake and would deny you because the president didn't follow due course. The very President Weah court, though, bringing personal wear to public ridicule and saying you are in mistake. And we will not support Western Tappe. Western Tappe, go home. The person appointed you in error. But today, you hear saying that the Supreme Court.
That is no justification.
You know what? Sometimes be your man, man.
No,
Stop putting
the
this
reason why you think the man was trying to get in Musa Dean. Why
No,
you
it's
think
not
he was
a
trying
question.
to
It's not a question. We passed that.
No, the reason here is look, we have more rooting to come.
It's going to take me a long time to give that Supreme Court any praise. I'm telling you.
I think
because they're sinister in their motive because they're Joe quote.
Exactly. He appointed them. Who you think they so know? But let me say this.
Interesting. President, we are as president should nominate people to go in the Supreme Court.
This is not the end of this.
Right?
Look, the Supreme Court did not say
go to. Justice Kaba, who you think he owes loyalty to? Even Mama Yo, Justice Yo, who you think they owe their loyalty to?
Yeah.
Those are professionals. This is interesting. So,
you don't know if I appoint you, you don't know that you have some dominion.
You know what Donald Trump was a conservative judge.
Always say things and forget about future consequences.
All right, thank you. But let me say this though. I think Conagray, I would pray that you go to Liberia and they will arrest you on something you and Alfadiga, and they will take you in front of those women at the Supreme Court. I want you to stay there and say that we are Supreme Court.
No, me, I'll tell them.
No, we'll not say that. We expect them to.
I'll tell them they're Joe Supreme Court. So if they act on that, it just shows the point.
No, they are not.
Rule on the law, not on the basis of their feelings.
You know, they are not.
This is not a victory for those that violated a tenure.
They are not a code with nothing but Joe people. We expect. That's why I say I thank the good Lord that presidential election did not get to go there for decision.
Exactly.
They were really going to favor Joe. That's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I will tell you guys, it's not Joe Supreme Court, brother.
The Southeastern nasty court. They try to do all kinds of things. How
many judges per person we are appointed on that court? How many judges?
George Namwe, George UC Kaba, or who else? The woman, the ex-wife.
Who appointed the woman?
Only Justice Wolo Colley.
Before you come here to talk about.
Well, go look. Wait. Ask your question again. And let me mute ourselves. Ask your question.
Is, how many judges person we are appointed on our bench?
Who you asking?
Fadiga.
Fadiga, answer that.
To the best of my knowledge, I think 3.
Yeah.
You think 3? Go and find out again. These are the things.
No, one is dead. One is dead.
You say Kaba, they put him there to replace Cabinet Janet that they illegally removed, and then the lady, I think I don't know what it was. What do call it? But it was not justice. He put there.
So how many?
3.
So how many?
3. You try to put a 4th there, and it was black.
Okay, so Colonel Gray, how many? We are put up there. Colonel Gray, you are muted though.
Yeah, muted.
President Ware appointed 3. The late Justice Nangwe, may so rest in peace. Justice Yami Gbese, you understand? Justice Yusuf Kaba. Justice Joe was there, but she's a disguised sedition, clearly.
Though you see how you painting her to be a sedition. Colonel Gray, that's not.
Look at it.
Colonel Gray, that's wrong. The Lord is blind.
That's politics, my brother. The Lord is not blind when it comes to these people.
You are wrong. Chief Justice Yo, she's very, very fair. She's a unique woman. Okay? Just stop tying her to Edwin Snow and Edwin Snow to Joe Ware CDC, and you're saying that she is. It's not fair. It's not laughable though. We shouldn't laugh.
No, we're not laughing. We're not laughing. But she's on the side of Joe Ware.
We don't have her integrity. Okay, the woman. Listen, man. Come on, guys. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is not fair.
Sergeant, thank you for standing up against this. It is unfortunate that
Politics is effervescence.
You are on a national
It's not
platform.
religion.
Let's
not forget.
You saying
Not
such
religion.
a thing about the country's Supreme Court. Our President Barker is about to appoint that judge. Are we going to classify that judge as a Barker judge? If we start doing it, you guys will be the same people.
But that's how it works in politics.
And one of the things you should know that President Buia only had 2 Supreme Court judges on the bench appointed. And so all of those other people
I want to say I'm going to end the show because I'm going to stand to say to all Liberians listen to us, right? Conagray, Fadiga, I do not and I will not agree with them. I think what they said tonight, they said it in error. They can hold on to it. Our country deserves better. When the law favor you, you celebrate like Fadiga was doing early during the ruling. When the law does not favor you, you term the system to be corrupt. You term the system to be one-sided. It's unfortunate. You should trust our system.
What about the Bono ruling? What will you say about that?
Excuse me, brother, please. We beg our people to say yes. Please have an independent court. The people have ruled. They never go on to say Yema Bwaka and say because he's the president, we gave him what he asked him for. They ruled against George Manawea appointees who were tapping. Councillor Wilson tapping. You celebrated it. I just apologize and say it's wrong.
No, you can't apologize for us though.
No, I'm not listening. I'm talking about me, my brother.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I respect the Chief Justice.
Our judicial system needs to be reviewed.
I joke around with hold on
more justices there.
Hold on now. I joke around with Justice Wolo Cody. You know, those are mothers.
She's a liberal judge.
They have integrity. Park Bese is a unique old man. He's a unique guy. Yusuf Kabad, a wonderful lawyer. Say what you want to say. They rule independently. It's not on side.
Why can provide you a tape where Yusuf Kabad was receiving bribe under the table?
So this is wrong. And I want to say, if you have some ethical issue with any one of the justices or the Chief Justice, you know exactly where to go. But again, those are wonderful people, and they rule in the interest of the state.
Yeah,
I want to say thank you, Asido.
Correct.
Thank you. I have seen UJ Fadika. Thank you very much. You're just one.
I just
will mark you far for far.
I just go to leave us here first. Then we'll go.
Take you Remy for grateful and let me so that I can know that Isaac and Jabba will leave on the show.
Yeah,
he come out and
show go because he comes to reverse everything. We're not
allowed to happen. Now I'll be sitting there. In fact, I will not go. I'll just sit in the back.
I was driving, someone called me and say, hey, that acid don't matter what they give.
That's a common lesson. It's after the common lesson. We got to go.
When Mame clarified that the saloon was not giving money because of the spring meeting, Isaac don't hang around and can't reverse that trend.
Have I ever seen you before? I never saw you before, right?
No, I haven't seen you.
You watch your Marvel. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Everything is confidential. I haven't seen you.
Look, stand on your man. You are saying condoning this thing.
That's the time we take calls. I love this time of the show. You know, it's the kickback.
I'll be with you for the call.
Okay. I'll tell Fadiga to be hanging around because
I'll be hanging around.
I'll be able to keep up. The guys are funny, man.
Man.
Yeah. Well, folks, that's how we like to join on the curtain. The men are gone for good now. We got our late night show coming up. We want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Thanks to you for making your contribution, for calling in. Thanks to folks for watching, your contributions in the comment section. We appreciate that. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, have a good night. My name is Nelson Colette. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.